feel very, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I feel very happy about the new signing because they are the ones that we were looking at. So very happy on that. That for sure they need time. First of all, because probably Jamie is the only one that he knows a little bit the country, the Premier League. Even if he's very young, the rest they come for different country. They need to adapt. So no rush on them. We're gonna give them time to adapt. Player like Hato, like for instance Estêvão, they need to adapt. Fortunately for us, Dario, Andre, Willian, Joao, they were already with us in USA, so it's much more easy for them. The biggest mistake we can do with him is to put him under pressure in terms of he's very young, he needs to adapt. I met him for the first time in USA when he was at Palmeiras. He's a fantastic player. He's very young. It's happy boy. He's always laughing, typical from Brazilian guy, and we need to keep him happy. Sorry, I understand. Sorry. So, no. It's my understanding is terrible. It's much more mature than his age. As you said already, captain and these kind of things, but even within the message is exactly the same. Different country, different league, different tempo, different intensity. So he needs to adapt, but for sure no doubt that he's going to help us. I think I said already many times, until the window transfer is open, anything can happen in terms of player arrive, and then anything can happen in terms of player leave. We had a problem the last 2 days about Levi Colwill that we don't know how long he's going to be out. So for us, we see hopefully not too long, but for sure it's a problem for us. We need to wait. We don't know yet. Kieran?
Hi Enzo, how are you? Because there's a lot of noise around Nicholas Jackson. Clubs who need a striker, and he's obviously very close to striker. Obviously Chelsea wouldn't let him go on the pitch. Would you prefer him to stay this summer to fight for this place? How do you think he's dealing with some of the reports linking him to Newcastle?
No, Nico is okay. It's okay. I think, as I just said now, when the window transfer is open, unfortunately or fortunately, anything can happen. So this also involve Nico situation. At the moment, we also those arrived 2 strikers, both of them in USA, Joao and Willian. So we'll see what's happening.
Nizar?
Hi, Enzo. I just wanted to ask you a bit more about pre-season. Are you worried at all that you might not be fit as the other teams when you start the season? Crystal Palace, I think they began pre-season the day after you won the Club World Cup. So do you think that's going to cause any problems for the team? You might not be as fit?
I don't know the answer, to be honest. I'm quite curious because it's the first time happened, so I don't know. It's strange, it's different, and I really don't know. I don't know. I'm curious because, as you said, Palace started the day after we finished in USA. We had 3 weeks off. Now we start 2 days ago. We have 2 friendly games in 48 hours, and then we go for the Premier League. So I don't know. We see game by game, day by day how we are, but I don't know.
Have you done anything special, you or the medical staff or the fitness staff, in preparing the team for this unique, never before happened situation?
No, No, we just the focus was just to allow them to recover because we played 64 games. They never stopped for more than 1 year in a row. That is something that is not going to happen. It never happened before. So was just the main focus was to allow players to recover, come back here, try to do our best, and then we'll see game by game.
Thank you, Nizar. Neil?
Just on how much compensate for the physical times can the feel-good factor from last season help you at the start of the season? I don't know if you're coming back again, back to the training. Do you feel the players are up after that success at the end of last season? Can that carry on?
Yeah, I can see that the mood is I don't know if it's correct to say it's different, but it's much better in terms of when you finish the season in the way we finish, quite strong, top 5 conference and then the Club World Cup. So in any case, I think it's going to give players more energy, more boost. But as I said, we need to see how we manage this kind of situation that is new for everyone.
Can I ask you how many days did you actually have off if you didn't do anything here?
I was the day after when we finish in USA for 3 weeks. But for the manager, you are always involved in a decision. Player arrive, player leave, so it's difficult to switch off.
Dan?
So we're always talking about players coming in, understandably, but has it been as important this summer for the club to get its business done, getting players out, so that you have a manageable squad? So you don't have 40 players to manage, you want fewer than that. And in particular, with last summer there was a lot of talk around a bomb squad with people like Guehi and not being involved. What's the situation with them, and how important is it just for them as individuals to find somewhere new?
The situation, I think, is quite clear. They are training. I guess they are waiting for solution. But when they leave, it's just the club that they text me or they call me, even Tom, and that just mentioned me that Lesley joined Burnley. I have this kind of news from me or from the club because I don't pay attention with the ones that they are training and they need to leave. I just focus on how we prepare the session, how we can win games, and this kind of news from Tom, from the club.
What is the balance though between having enough players to cope with the demands of the season, especially after a short summer, and having too many to look after?
Oh yeah, for sure it's much better to work with 25 players than more the biggest number, no doubt. In this moment we are working with the ones that we want, and we see from now until the window transfer finish.
Thanks, Dan. Liam?
Hi, Enzo. What's your approach going to be for these 2 friendlies? Obviously, the only friendly action you'll get before Premier League starts. Are you going to try and get minutes into as many players as possible?
Yeah, we're gonna try for sure to share minutes, all of them. Some of them, like Hato, they start very early compared to us. So we're gonna try to share minutes with all of them, and we'll see if we are going to try some different things in terms of tactical for the season.
Will that be important in terms of giving you more information?
Yes, knowing that I can see them in the last 2-3 days where we are physically. We have now 2 friendly games. We're gonna try to share minutes, and then we focus on Palace game.
Thanks, Liam. Simon?
I will answer on Hato now.
Where do you see him fitting in the team in terms of your position? Anything out wide, number 10, where do you think?
He can play everywhere. He's so good. For me, it's like goal in terms. Careful. It's like goal in terms of position. He can play outside. He can play inside. He can play everywhere. In our 5 attacking position, for me, he can play everywhere.
And there's so much sort of is your biggest challenge to try and control that and try and get the pressure
yeah, it's on him, or probably with him it's a little bit more. We need to pay a little bit more attention because first of all it's from the other part of the world, and also it's very very young. So it's we need to pay attention. As I said, not under pressure. Give him, happiness. Give him time. He needs to adapt. Hopefully we can give him minutes, so he's even more happy. But for sure, it's talent player. Yeah.
Thanks, Simon. Peter?
Hi, so just to go back to Levi Colwill, does that change anything in terms of planning transfer market and how serious is it?
Depends. We need to wait, and then we see. But as I said, we know each other from last year, and in our way how important has been Levi. I spoke with him yesterday, and I told him if we achieve what we achieved last year, it's also because of him, and he was a main player for us.
You saw Wesley Fofana's come back into training.
Yeah.
His situation, how ready is he? Might be more tricky, I suppose.
Yeah, no, Wes is back. He's training with us. I don't think he's ready to get minutes in the next 2 games, but probably can be available for Palace game, and this big news because we start last season the first 5-6 months with Wes and Levi, our 2 central defenders.
Jack?
Just on Levi, you able to clarify what happened with it? Being training, something
Yeah, it was the first session on Monday. Just in the last minutes of the session, he felt something, and as I said, we need to wait and then we see.
No, definitely not.
All good? Yeah. Arne, first of all, obviously our hearts have gone out to you all through such a difficult time. Bitterly there'll be more tributes to Diogo at Wembley, such a lovely lad. Have the tributes that have gone before as well impacted you guys here?
First of all, the tragedy impacted us, of course, most. But again, it impacted far more his wife, children, parents. But it impacted us definitely as well. And the tributes that have been done since were all very emotional and impressive. So every time we were somewhere, started off I think in Preston and in Asia as well, it's been emotional but impressive as well.
We obviously now look towards the game at the weekend, but also look at things off the field, because Darwin, it seems, is on his way out. Can you give us your thoughts on his departure, how necessary it will be to replace him, and could his replacement be Alexander Isak?
These are a lot of questions in one. As you know from me, and I think every manager works like this, you never talk about players that are not yours. So I can talk to you about Hugo, which we've signed recently and has done really well till now. We are very happy with the squad we are having. And there's every reason to be happy about that, because we won the league last season. Okay, players left, but we've brought players in as well. And youngsters are doing good. So at this moment of time, Darwin might leave indeed, but things are not signed yet. So you need to wait maybe a few days before that's completely done. But there is indeed a chance that he's going to leave.
Do you think there will be more incomings between now and the end of the transfer window, though? Because I appreciate that Ryan, Andy Robertson and Endo can all play at centre half, but it appears that you could also still do with the centre half. Do you feel you need to bring in another option at centre half?
Now, what you just said, they can definitely play there as well. And you forget to mention Joe Gomez. Unfortunately, he has a minor injury at the moment, but he will be back with the team very soon. So we still have numerous options that can play there. But as always, what I always say, it's the same boring answer as with players that we might bring in or not. I'm really happy with the players we are having, and and we have numerous players that can play in that position.
And a chance now to win the first trophy of the season.
Yeah, which is nice if you can start the season with the chance of winning something, because normally you have to play numerous games before you can win something. If it's the League Cup, FA Cup, let alone Premier League or Champions League, normally you win something in the end of the season. And now we have a chance to win something in the beginning of the season. Unfortunately, we face a very good Crystal Palace that have been very difficult to win against for us, because we played 1-1 against them in the last game of the season, and they showed in the last final and in the semi-final, by the way, as well, how hard it is to win a one-off game of them. So I think most of the players that they have are still there. So yeah, even more reason to know what a difficult team it is to play against.
What did you learn from your last trip to Wembley? Obviously, you didn't end up getting the trophy, but I'm just wondering how does this link to this one, and are you looking back to what happened against Newcastle?
Not looking back, because it's a different system that Newcastle is playing, but maybe the way Newcastle played that final could be quite similar to the way Palace might play this final. So Newcastle used almost every free kick they got, no matter where it was on the pitch, to bring it into our box, and that's a style of play Palace also uses. So they also like to bring the ball out from the back, but they also are a threat in set pieces and long throw-ins and all these kind of things. So there are maybe a few overlaps. Is that the way you say? Yeah, overlaps between the two teams, but I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. But Newcastle was going man v man all over the pitch, high up the pitch, high press normally, but maybe they will change it for tomorrow. Crystal Palace goes to a low block and defends in and around their own 18-yard box, and that is for every team very difficult to find gaps and to create your chances. So goals are in every game very important, but I think on Sunday one goal is worth a lot.
There's a lot of excitement around 16-year-old Rio Ugochukwu at the moment, and he's on the score sheet. Anfield got an assist as well. How do you as a manager go about supporting him, I guess, because there's already such a spotlight on him at such a young age?
Yeah, and that is sometimes also difficult, and you never know how an individual handles that situation. But it was a year ago when Trey Naoni scored a goal, I think against Sevilla, when he was also maybe 17, very young. So they have an incredible chance to work and be every day around players like Virgil van Dijk, Mo Salah and all these others, to see what they do, to be ready to perform every 3 days. And that is a step these players definitely have to make, which is completely normal. If you're 16 or 17, it's already nice if they can play once a week at a good level. And we just try to develop them in the best way we can, but we also have to take care of them, because new players that come in that are 24, 23, 22 already experience that the intensity levels are quite high, either during the games or in training sessions, let alone for players that are 16 and coming through the academy. So we are aware of that, but it's been a promising start for him, like for Trey Naoni as well, because I think Trey also played a very good game at Anfield 3 days ago. Yeah, 3 days ago.
Nice to see you. Just picking up on what you were talking about Sunday, you played a lot of different teams in pre-season, but are Palace actually the perfect opponents to set you up for the season? Such a mature side, set style of play, they'll threaten you in multiple different ways.
Yeah, that last thing they indeed do. Counter-attacks, set pieces, long ball to Mateta. So they have also the individual quality of their forwards who can create out of nothing something. So very good team, and it indeed gives us. But that's I think what Bilbao did and Milan also already did as well, and the Japanese team, by the way, also gave us a lot of competition. So, and that's definitely what Palace is going to do, because they kept the team together. So they just hit the ground running again, probably after being a few days off, and it's still the same team. So a team that performed really well, especially in the end of last season. And so yeah, a good challenge for us to start the season with.
And considering how much you had to acclimatise the team last summer and late players arrived, just how valuable from a coaching point of view have you found this?
That's completely true. The good thing about last season was that the whole squad stayed, so they knew each other very well already. Now a few players have left. We brought a few players in, so that always takes a bit of adaptation as well, because the players we've brought in, some of them have different qualities than the qualities we already had. So they need to adjust to their new teammates, but we have to adjust to them as well. And it's a good thing we could have worked already for 4 weeks now, I think. So yeah, that's the pleasing part of not having a World Cup or another tournament in the summer, that you can work with them from the start.
Hi, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the attacking depth of the squad. First start of the season. Last year in the Premier League, you were able to name 5 senior attackers in 32 of the 38 league games and 6 senior attackers in 13 of the 38 league games. I wonder what importance that depth, not only on the pitch but on the bench, had to the success last season, and are you trying to replicate it again this year?
Yeah, I don't know what senior players exactly means. Does that mean that you play for your country or you have a certain age, or because a player like Rio showed in the last few games he played for us that at senior level he can have an impact as well. So we think we already have a lot of attacking power in our team. So when I think about Cody Gakpo, Federico Chiesa, Hugo Ekitike, Mo Salah, Jeremy Frimpong, who can play as a right winger, Florian Wirtz, who can play as a left winger. So I already feel I have a lot of attacking options in my current squad. But as always, as a club, we are always looking at the chances in the market. But that can also be in the midfield or in the last line.
Also, with obviously last season, Mo Salah being so consistent in his appearances, they didn't really give a lot of opportunities for someone like Chiesa. This year, obviously, we've got the African Cup of Nations coming, so there's going to be a little bit of time when Mo Salah isn't around. Are you going to be thinking about that in terms of squad building and recruitment, or does, as I say, just give more opportunity to someone like Chiesa?
Yes, we definitely thought about that, and we brought in Jeremy Frimpong because we think he can play as a right fullback, but I also think and feel he can play as a right winger. So yes, we did thought about the fact that we're going to miss Mo. I think as a maximum 6 games, but that's quite a lot in the Premier League, especially if you see how well he did last season. So yeah, signing Jeremy Frimpong was for multiple reasons, but one of them was also that he could replace Mo if Mo is not there, but there are other options for me to replace Mo with as well. But Jeremy is definitely one of them. Sorry. He will be in the squad, yeah. He only played, he was out for 2 months, I think, or longer, because we didn't play him in the last 4 games of the season. He trained with us since a week now, played 30 minutes, 45 minutes. So that's not a situation where you would start a player or play him for 90 minutes. Starting is possible, but that definitely not for 90 minutes. Yeah.
Levi Colwill, and he's had surgery after suffering an injury in training this week, but he's that bit younger. I wonder, just to Ehsan's earlier point about the calendar and just simply the workload that these players, especially at the big clubs, with barely any summer breaks, a player like a Cole Palmer this time around, for example, or Colwill, how much do you think this is going to become more of a trend that actually players who peak earlier because they're fielded earlier in their careers also suffer these injuries earlier? Do you think we're going to see ultimately players having shorter careers because of this situation?
this makes me so mad because people like football will move on, right? Football will forget about Levi Colwill for the next 8-10 months or however long it is. Chelsea might sign someone else. They look quite short in defence. So, you know, they might just sign someone else in defence. England will move on. And Colwill will be the collateral damage for a calendar. I think we can all agree it's just totally irrational. The fact that you play a long season, you play international tournaments, you play pre-season friendlies and all of that, and then you add in the Club World Cup in the height of an American summer, and you expect players not to go down, or frankly, I think the game doesn't really care. I think the game has such an abundance of players coming through. It's got such an abundance of money and greed that the human being Levi Colwill is basically, you know, collateral damage. It doesn't really matter to football that he's now going to miss 8 to 10 months of his career, of his development, of his ambition. That he's probably going to miss an international tournament because there's always someone else who can come in, and that is where we are with football. It's greed, and it's essentially a dehumanization process where players are really just kind of they're units of labour who can just be brought in and sweated and replaced as and when.
And of course, it's a 48-team World Cup as well at the end of this new season. Look, we know that, you know, Chelsea have got some of the best medical staff out there. I'm sure that they will take as best care of him as they can. Ihsan, I just sort of wonder, where does this, I mean, you know, as Jonathan said, like we're already so congested anyway. Where does this reach breaking point, or have we passed that? What will it take for, if anything, football to go in reverse from this, or will it just not?
Yeah, it's only going to go in one direction. I see this going in the direction of only if the players ever went on strike, which again is so inconceivable because, as Jonathan says, because there's so many players out there that have this dream of playing at the top level, all players in some way are replaceable. So yes, it's just going to continue in this direction. Players are going to get injured. Their livelihoods into the long-term futures are going to be damaged, and the authorities at the end of the day don't really care at the end of the day because it's a money business. The bottom line is sponsorship, commercial, and the figures involved. So I see, regardless of how many injuries occur, I just can't see how this ends at all.
So much to get through. Let's start with that transfer that has been going on and on and on through this window, but is coming to a conclusion. It centres on the striker that Manchester United and Newcastle have both wanted, Benjamin Sesko. Marc, United are winning. Give us the details of the deal.
Yeah, significant details developing over the course of the last few moments because Benjamin Sesko and his agent Elvis are heading to the UK.
Sorry, I've got to stop you there. Elvis?
That's his agent's name, yes.
Uh-huh.
They're heading to the UK tonight, and it's expected he'll go through his Manchester United medical in the next 24 hours. It's quite amazing, really, the saga that has been Benjamin Sesko over the course of this week. There's been so much back and forth. There's been so many things reported, and we understand that the deal that Manchester United have agreed with RB Leipzig is worth £66.3 million as a guaranteed fixed payment, additional payments at 7.37 million. According to our colleague Sky in Germany, he's going to sign a 5-year deal. And what's remarkable is that offer, that agreement that Manchester United have come to an agreement with Leipzig is actually less than Newcastle's second offer. So therefore, you have to say, once again, frustration for Eddie Howe. They cannot do any more than offer more than Manchester United. If the player has decided he wants to go to Old Trafford, then there's absolutely nothing they can do about that. But Manchester United, Ruben Amorim, getting the man they want. They wanted a new front three. They've got a brand new front three with a mix of Premier League experience, a mix of high ceilings, a mix of real potential in Benjamin Sesko, who's been watched by Real Madrid and some of the biggest clubs in European football over the course of the last few years. He's now got his chance at one of the biggest clubs in the world. He's now going to be playing at the Theatre of Dreams. And Ruben Amorim, as long as those Manchester United fans will also be hoping he is the real deal and the one that they have been looking for so many years.
Michael, Marc said the word potential there. Now, playing for Manchester United, we all know, is a different kettle of fish, the scrutiny. Should United fans be a little bit cautious about the expectations for a player like this?
Yeah, potentially 22 years of age. But I think, you know, it's unbelievable to see Man United not in Europe next season. I just get that feeling it might help them just on this other. This is a complete reset for Manchester United Football Club. We know Ruben Amorim was a bit against joining the football club midway through the season. Took a while to click, finished very low in the league table. But they've got their business, their front three, done early. I see a number of clubs, and I'm thinking you're nowhere near ready to start the season. There's a strong possibility those front three who they've signed, Sesko's obviously on his way now, those front three can make their debuts, league debuts against Arsenal at the weekend, on the opening weekend.
Yeah, and I'm excited about watching this new look Manchester United side as well. You know, Ruben Amorim has always said, I'd rather go into a football club at the start of the summer so I could have 6 to 8 weeks or so with my team, really implementing my philosophy within that group. He didn't get the opportunity at Manchester United. He had to go in midway through a campaign. It wasn't a fantastic season despite getting to the Europa League final. Didn't end in the way they wanted, no European football. But now he's had the backing of Omar Barada, Jason Wilcox and Sir Jim Radcliffe. There's been a lot of cutbacks at Manchester United. No cutbacks in the transfer window. They're spending around £200 million over the course of this summer so far. We know that they'll be hoping to rejuvenate and recoup some money from those potential player sales as well. But once again, this is a huge statement signing for Manchester United. This is a player that could be one of the best strikers in world football in the next year, 2 years, 3 years. He's only 22 years old. He's got a really high ceiling, and that's what Manchester United are buying. They're buying someone who they believe can go into that team now, but also could be an absolute icon for many years to come at one of the biggest clubs in the world. And that's where I'm intrigued as to how this works out. Ruben Amorim is very focused on the style of football he wants, the setup for his team and what he's looking for. He's got all of the tools now at his disposal. So as far as the fans are concerned, the wider footballing public, no excuses now. Manchester United, you have to deliver.
All right, so that said, how good a window is this for Manchester United?
You'd like to, well, for United, they need to get the players out they don't want. I think that has to be considered a great success if that's to happen. I mean, we'll be talking maybe Alejandro Garnacho maybe later, but you've got Anthony, you've got Jadon Sancho, Marcus Rashford has left to go to Barcelona, Tiro Malacia. I think it's not a success if United don't get those players out, because people are obviously rightfully saying, well, they're spending a lot of money because those players who aren't part of the plans are currently on big wages. So there must be that hope / expectation that these players will eventually leave the football club.
Do they have to go now, though, Marc?
No. Manchester United have been quite clever in one respect, because when they bought Matheus Cunha, £62.5 million release clause, that was actioned in the previous accounting period before the 1st of July. So therefore, in theory, they have got that outlay, which will be amortised over 5 years, in the previous set of accounts. And the business they've done since the 1st of July will appear in this set of accounts. And obviously that runs to the 30th of June. So any potential player sales, as long as they're done by the 30th of June 2026, then they've got that time to try and balance out, should they need to, this set of accounts over the next 12 months or so. So it's the same with Newcastle when they sold Yankuba Minte and Elliot Anderson and took the goalkeeper from Forest. Aston Villa have done it in the past. Other sides have traded amongst each other when they've needed to make sure they balance the books for PSR reasons. So Manchester United, whilst they're not in Europe, are in a situation where they've actually got a little bit more time to make sure they can balance things before next year.
And Matt, what I'm going to do is, rather than talk about someone who is a target, I want to bring you some breaking news, and it is about Benjamin Sesko. Benjamin Sesko, and we can tell you that an agreement is agreed in principle for Benjamin Sesko to transfer from RB Leipzig to Manchester United. A fee has now been agreed. I just told you officials are in Germany from Manchester United meeting their Leipzig counterparts, and now we can tell you a fee has been agreed for Sesko to come to Manchester United.
Wow, that is big news, Dan. Thanks very much for letting us know. I'm just going to follow that up, mate, with this is big, isn't it? Because they've already got Cunha, they've already got Mbeumo, but this, surely, this is the one that's going to really excite the Manchester United fans.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we've been telling you all day as well, Matt, that once a fee was agreed, you know, Benjamin Sesko will have permission to then fly to the UK and start undergoing his medical. And you would expect this to move very quickly now for Manchester United to get this deal agreed. And as you said there, I mean, it will be a huge statement signing for Manchester United in terms of another number 9. He scored 21 goals in all competitions last season, and I think what he brings to this United side is just a variety of goals. He's not just one type of striker who's a finisher in the box or a long-range striker. I mean, he showed last year left foot, right foot, inside the box, outside the box, fantastic in the air as well. And one thing I would say that impresses me a lot is just his link-up play in terms of what he could potentially do with the likes of Ahmad, with the likes of Cunha and Mbeumo around him, with Fernandes as well. I think that is very exciting for Ruben Amorim. And although they are, it looks like, purchasing someone with still a lot of potential to go, this new look Manchester United attack, which is completely different to last season, all of a sudden looks much more potent, and now they have some depth there as well, still with the likes of Rasmus Højlund and Joshua Zirkzee and Mason Mount there as well.
You're right, it does look a lot more potent, doesn't it, than last year? Would you say that now, on paper, with those 3 players in the front line, that Manchester United have one of the most potent-looking strike forces in the Premier League?
You'd have to say so, Matt, frankly, because they scored 48 goals between them in their domestic leagues last season. And when you consider Manchester United scored 44 between them last season as a team, that is a huge improvement. But what you'd have to say is now going into the season for Ruben Amorim, there is going to be an expectation now to show that improvement in the league, because they've spent just under £200 million now on those 3 attackers alone. And when you consider the experience of Matheus Cunha and Bryan Mbeumo, especially in the Premier League, they have bought that Premier League experience in that sense, and now a striker to lead that line. So very, very interesting developments to Manchester United, and also what I would say is very impressive by their recruitment team as well. When you consider maybe in the last 6 years, we've seen some transfer sagas, haven't we, in terms of Harry Maguire, Anthony, that have gone throughout the window, that has led to Manchester United paying some huge inflated transfer fees. But you would say the likes of Christopher Vival, Director of Recruitment, he's had this relationship with Sesko, scouting him at 16 years old at RB Salzburg, then taking him to RB Leipzig, and now it seems he's taking him to Manchester United. So United have known of Sesko for a long time, since he was 16 years old in Salzburg, and it seems now at 22 years old, Sesko is now coming to Manchester United. And I have to be, reiterate as well, despite Newcastle doing all of their effort to get Sesko over the line, Sesko's preference has always been Old Trafford and Manchester United. And again, I think that will be something Manchester United and Ruben Amorim will be very pleased about.
OK, Dan, I understand this broke while we were talking live to you. I'll tell you what, we'll just give you a few minutes, check your phone, do a bit more digging, but stay there. We'll come back here in a few minutes' time. Now, the former Premier League striker Robert Earnshaw told us the challenge could be why Sesko might have preferred United.
Newcastle's a big club, of course, but let's face it, it's not a Manchester United club size, especially in the global sense. Players will look at that. Players will look to go and sign for a team that is known globally and has that history, that has that tradition of winning big trophies. So it would have been trickier this year because, yes, Manchester United finished 15th. No Champions League. Newcastle in the Champions League, flying. There's two Champions League runs now they're going to have. So I think somebody like Sesko is thinking, maybe I'm looking at Manchester United and maybe I could be one of the heroes there. You know, who am I competing with? If I'm coming in, am I playing? maybe it's the case that he's playing. I think it's also the opportunity to be a new hero for this new project, this new Manchester United, because going from zero to all of a sudden, maybe in 1 year's time, they're looking at Champions League, that's also inviting.
Indeed, under Eric Ten Hag, he was the #1 transfer target for Manchester United as far as the strikers go, and for various reasons that didn't come off. Manchester United have had a real shortage of goals. Rasmus Højlund has tried his best, and there's a lot of mitigation there because it's not been the most creative Manchester United side, but the team's clearly lacking a #9 who is prolific. I know Sesko isn't Ruud van Nistelrooy in terms of his figures, but he's young, he's very exciting, and Manchester United have long considered, and long before Ineos came in as decision makers, as him as being somebody who could absolutely improve the forward line. So if he does come, and it's looking like that's going to happen, then I think the signing will be welcomed by almost all Manchester United fans.
So, just to recap, big news in the last few moments. Manchester United have agreed a deal with RB Leipzig for the striker Benjamin Sesko. Let's pick up with Dan again on that. And we mentioned before, they've won and got Mbeumo, was very much in demand. They've won and got Cunha. They've now got Sesko. All of those players really in demand, but they wanted to go to Manchester United. Have Manchester United made a massive statement in this window after a season that really couldn't have gone much worse for them, but they are still a massive club.
Absolutely, Matt. I mean, when you look at how quickly also Manchester United have got these deals done in terms of over a week, well before the season begins, it is pretty impressive work. And when you consider, as you mentioned, they finished 15th last season, there's no European football next season as well. The signings are a statement of intent, and also, you know, I think there is some excitement, for these players coming to Old Trafford to be part of the team, to be part of the story that tries to get Manchester United back to the peak of English football. And when you look at Bryan Mbeumo and Matheus Cunha, and now it seems Benjamin Sesko, they've all attracted, interest from other teams. We know with Sesko very publicly that Newcastle United did all of their efforts to go for the Slovenian striker. They have Champions League football to attract players as well, but Sesko's preference has, as we've always maintained, been a move to Old Trafford. And I think for Ruben Amorim, we've heard from him during the summer series in America during pre-season. What has made him so happy for these players to come to Old Trafford has been their desire and their want to be Manchester United players, and he feels that connection that they have to the club and want to be at the club. And that, I think, will go very far with the fans. I think that is the music any fan of any club wants to hear for any incomings. And now this attack between Matheus Cunha, Bryan Mbeumo, and now it seems the incoming Benjamin Sesko, all of a sudden there's this new look attack for Manchester United that Ruben Amorim can now get his hands on, and all of a sudden it's a very exciting, potent attack.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching all these brilliant goals that Sesko has scored last year in the Bundesliga. He is clearly coming in to be the #1. He's not coming in to sit on the bench. So how about outgoings now for Manchester United, given that they spent so much money as well? And the main one I'm thinking about here is, what about the future of Rasmus Højlund?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're right in terms of Benjamin Sesko will back himself to be their #9, essentially, their starting striker. But also remember, Sesko is also a signing who hasn't reached his potential, just 22 years old, only had a few seasons in terms of top elite European football. So still a bit of growth there to go. But you're right, Matt, in terms of what does this mean for the Manchester United squad in terms of outgoings. In terms of Rasmus Højlund, he's also just 22 years old. And we know that Manchester United may consider offers for the striker that they seem deemable, that they're happy to accept, but also on the players' behalf as well. But Rasmus Højlund has come out in pre-season, been very adamant that he doesn't want to go anywhere. He wants to fight for his place at Old Trafford. And he also had some reflections as well, that when he first signed for the club at 20 years old 2 years ago for £72 million from Atalanta, that he didn't have much support at that time. It would have been nice to share the load. Well, with Sesko coming in, Manchester United now have two young 22-year-old forwards who may find it a bit easier to share the load a little bit. Yes, there's no European football, but they may just drive each other to perform even better. So we'll have to find out in that sense. But we also know in terms of outgoings, Manchester United need to also raise some sales in terms of players who aren't part of the first team picture going forward as we speak. And those are Jadon Sancho, Alejandro Garnacho, who we know is a subject of interest from Chelsea. You also have Anthony, who spent on loan half a season at Real Betis last season. It was very impressive, but still no deal done for him. And also Tyrell Malacia. Those are the players Manchester United will be hoping to raise sales from. That may come later in the window. But then also now, you look in those front positions, there is now a lot more depth in those 10 and 9 positions. You think someone like Joshua Zirkzee, they signed from Bologna last summer, where does he now fit in Ruben Amorim's system? Didn't necessarily make a huge impression last year in the 10 position or as a number 9. One thing is for sure though, Matt, I'll tell you, I don't think Manchester United fans will have any issues now going forward with their number 9. We saw all sorts of alternatives last season. Even Kobbie Mainoo played as a false 9 at some parts of last season. I think now with Benjamin Sesko and Rasmus Højlund, as well as the likes of Brian Mbeumo and Cunha who can play in that position, all of a sudden for United fans it is very, very exciting going into that first game of the season at Old Trafford against Arsenal on that opening Sunday.
Right, and that leads me nicely into my next question, actually. So what are the next steps here? Because you told us that Sesko was stood by, ready to fly to England for a medical. How quickly could that happen? And could potentially he be available for that huge opening game against Arsenal?
Look, Matt, I think the trajectory this move is going at the moment, you would say that that is very likely that Sesko will hopefully be done so he can be involved in that match against Arsenal on that opening weekend of the season. And we've been telling you all day, once a deal was going to be agreed with Leipzig, Sesko has been waiting to fly to the UK to then proceed with the rest of the move. And that will involve a medical and all those finer details to sign his contract to be a Manchester United player. And that is what we've always understood he has wanted to be, even despite Newcastle's interest. And I just wonder in the back of my mind, Matt, Manchester United have one more game at Old Trafford before that game against Arsenal, and that is against Fiorentina on Saturday. A reunion with David De Gea, the former Manchester United keeper, of course, who spent so many years at Old Trafford. We've seen in past years the likes of Rafa Varane and a few other players have been presented to the Old Trafford faithful. I just wonder if now Manchester United are trying to get that deal done to potentially announce Benjamin Sesko to what will be a pretty much sold out Old Trafford for that final pre-season game against Fiorentina. I'm sure that will be a target. Whether they can get everything done for that game on Saturday, let's find out. But it looks like this deal is now edging ever closer. Now a deal has been agreed in principle.
Brilliant stuff. Thanks very much, Dan, for putting a lot of meat on the bone for us there.
Oh, I think it's it. I think it is done. I don't think we have to talk about Benjamin Sesko anymore. Of course, we've talked at length about the possibility of the Slovenian moving from the Bundesliga to the Premier League. For more on this, let's welcome in Ian Dark, Don Hutchinson. But Rob, never ever have I been so pleased to see you. Because is that it? We don't need to talk about Sesko anymore?
Oh, well, United fans will hope that we're going to talk about Sesko all season, because if he comes in and scores loads of goals, he's going to be the main man and he's going to be a topic of conversation for the rest of the season. But yeah, in terms of his move, this is something that's been ongoing for months, possibly even years. It's almost every transfer window we talk about Benjamin Sesko moving to the Premier League. He's been linked with almost every top club, Arsenal, most recently, now United. United have got the deal done. They've agreed a fee with RB Leipzig. He's flown to Manchester tonight. He's going to do his medical tomorrow, and we expect that he's going to be presented as a new Man United player before their friendly against Fiorentina at Old Trafford on Saturday.
That's it. Good. Done. If you want to see everyone talk about Benjamin Sesko, just look at every show we've done over the last 3 weeks. What does that mean, though?
Was it not Alexander Isak?
What? No, Sesko as well.
Sesko.
Oh, right, well. don't interrupt the flow of us saying goodbye to the Benjamin Sesko conversation, because it then moves us on to your boys, Don, in real trouble now as to who they need to bring in to reinforce that front line. Of course, Sesko was to be the man to replace Isak. You said, get rid of Isak, bring in Nunez.
Didn't quite say that, but I think he would work at Newcastle, but unfortunately he's gone to Saudi, so I'm trying to rack my brains of the A-list number 9s out there, the realistic ones. I mean, not going to get Kane, not going to get Lewandowski. And there's talk like Nicholas Jackson from Chelsea for 80 million, and Sesko was valued at about 75. I mean, I'd lob another 20 in and try Inter's hand for Lautaro Martinez. Quite ironically, you had a list of Ballon d'Or contenders there. Martinez was on it. I didn't see Sesko on it. I didn't see Nicholas Jackson. So why wouldn't Newcastle try and go 100 or 95 for Lautaro Martinez? They're going to need a number 9. Obviously, they lost Callum Wilson. They didn't get Ekitike. They've not got Sesko. The only hope now is, because they haven't got a number 9, Alexander Isak stays. That's probably what Newcastle fans at the minute are clinging on to. But it's a long shot because Liverpool are not going away. But what Newcastle have got, they've got a player that's got 3 years left on his contract. And they literally can't let him go until they bring. And I think what they're saying is they want 2 strikers before they allow Isak to move on. So, as Ian said, there's a game coming round the corner in about 8 days' time, and Newcastle have got to move pretty quickly.
Why would Lautaro Martinez want to go to Newcastle, by the way? When he's at Inter, they get into Champions League finals. They didn't win the Serie A last year. Probably should have done. Why would he want to go to Newcastle? And why would Darwin Nunez all of a sudden work at Newcastle when it's been quite clear that he's struggled on in the Premier League?
Good question. Good question. I just see a player, Craig, and you guys know when you see a player that puts on a Man United shirt, a Liverpool shirt, Real Barca, sometimes that shirt can weigh a little bit too heavy. You remember his debut, got sent off on his debut, he's emotional. But I think there's a player in there. I think when you look at the profile of player, when you think of what Firmino was for Liverpool, he was coming short, linking the play, he was getting goals to Salah, getting goals to Mane. Darwin Nunez is a different type. He's more in a profile, and I'm not comparing, obviously, but he wants balls played down the side like Erling Haaland. He's that type of player where you get him down the side as a defenders, he's rapid. Now, what he needs to learn, he needs to learn how to be calm in front of the goal because he's too erratic. Now, at his age, I think going to somewhere like Newcastle, obviously it's not going to happen because I think he's going to Al-Hilal. But if he went to Newcastle, I could see a player that Eddie Howe could develop and also be given the time. And you guys know what it's like. I've had it in my career when a manager will say to you, listen, relax. Just go and play the next 6 games, 10 games. You've got no pressure. You don't feel as though you've got to score every single game, otherwise you're going to be on the bench. I think if he played nearly every game for Newcastle in the Premier League, and Eddie Howe got his confidence back and got him playing again and got him chances in front of goal, there's definitely a 15 to 20 goal striker in there. I'm convinced of it. It's just not happened at Liverpool.
Jurgen Klopp couldn't get him going, and Arne Slot didn't fancy him. One of the problems here for Newcastle.
Slot couldn't wait for him though, Craig.
One of the problems for Newcastle.
Slot couldn't wait for him. Liverpool got.
No, he wasn't good enough.
Sorry, Greg.
He wasn't good. He wasn't good enough for Liverpool.
No, I think.
Okay, all right. Well, he's going to Saudi Arabia.
They couldn't wait for him.
I don't care. Nunez wasn't good enough for Liverpool in the Premier League. The one thing I think, one issue I see with Newcastle is actually being able to attract the players. Sesko, they were prepared to pay big money for Sesko. He didn't want to go there. He wanted to go to Man United. Now, Newcastle are way ahead of Man United in terms of on the field at the moment. We know the problems of United on the field. That looks to be getting negated somewhat by the players that they have signed. Not perfect, but they certainly look as if they're going to be in a better position. They still have the ability, because of their size and because of their history, to sell the club to players. Maybe not like how they could in the glory days when Fergie would pinch a player from other clubs at the last minute, but they're still a big attraction, even though they've had major problems on the field. That's the issue for Newcastle. The issue for Newcastle is they have to pay the money and they have to attract the player. And I think we're seeing that with the Benjamin Sesko deal, because they were able, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were prepared to pay more money at the time for Benjamin Sesko, but he wanted to go to Manchester United, and that's Newcastle's problem.
Meanwhile, Rob, you take a look at what Newcastle are going to do, and it's interesting, Don mentioned Nico Jackson. He seems to be shipped around everywhere at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chelsea have made it quite clear that he's available. They've signed an awful lot of centre forwards this summer already. They've got Liam Delap, they've got João Pedro from Brighton. he was a little bit hit and miss last season. I think Chelsea fans, some love him, some aren't that keen. And I think, unfortunately for him, he's going to be one that has to make way for the likes of Delap and João Pedro. In terms of what Newcastle do, and I think Newcastle really are looking for players that want to join, because they've been snubbed at so many different turns this summer. The Benjamin Sesko one will hurt, because I think they thought at one point that he was going to join them. That, you know, Newcastle's tactic with that was to agree a deal first with RB Leipzig and then hope to agree with Sesko. United have gone the other way round and have tried to convince Sesko first. They've got the yes from Sesko and have then gone to RB Leipzig and said, well, your player wants to join us, you've got to negotiate with us, and that seems to have worked. So Newcastle are in a difficult position now, because the Isak situation is difficult. You know, obviously they're going to want him to stay. He clearly wants to go to Liverpool. He needs to be replaced. I think Nicholas Jackson's not a bad shout, really. Don just talked there about the pressure and of playing every week and not having to score. You know, if you're going to get benched, I think that he would quite enjoy that at Newcastle. You know, Newcastle fans love their centre forwards. He's quite enigmatic. He's a little bit raw in the terms of how he goes about his football. But I think Newcastle fans might embrace that. And I think in terms of goals in him, I think Nicholas Jackson is a 20 goal a season player. It's just getting that out of him, and maybe Newcastle is the place for him to do that.
I don't get this.
Not at that price.
No.
I mean,
they're wanting 60, 70 million for Jackson. Are you telling me you can't
80.
find? You telling me you can't find somebody who's going to run all day, run the channels, smash into defenders, do all kinds of stuff, give every single thing they've got, and you're going to have to pay 70 million for it? I mean, that's madness. Nicholas Jackson cannot finish. So why does a team like Newcastle need Nicholas Jackson? It's a waste of money.
Ian, your thoughts?
My thoughts are, I agree with Stevie. Nicholas Jackson's pretty erratic, but he's available at the moment. That's the pretty big thing with Newcastle. We've heard about all the rejections they've got. They must feel like jilted lovers at the moment. They really must. But there's a couple of other names. I mean, they're after Johan Wisser from Brentford. I think they need two strikers, because Callum Wilson, is injury prone. He's gone to West Ham. Looks like Isak isn't going to play for them again because the bridges seem to be burned. So they need two strikers. So Wisser, I mean, another name there I would just throw in, who they might make a bid for, might be Ollie Watkins. Now, Villa don't want to sell him, but I think for 60 million or so, you've got a proven Premier League goal scorer there, and that might be an idea that crosses their mind.
Meanwhile, Rob, we've heard Manchester United over the last year tell us that they haven't got any money. Boo-hoo, look at us, everything's falling apart. We've had to make all these cuts off the pitch. Yet we see them this summer bringing Cunha, bringing Wemo, and now bringing Sesko. So do they have money left to bring in, say, a Carlos Baleba, who they've been linked to? But we're talking like 80 to 100 million?
No, they haven't got the money right now, is the short answer to that. They've been able to do the Sesko deal really because of money that they perhaps didn't think that they were going to get this summer. They've managed to get Marcus Rashford out on loan to Barcelona quicker than they thought. That's a saving of around 40 million euros a year. They've been lucky with some of the sell-on clauses as well. They weren't expecting Anthony Elanga to move from Nottingham Forest to Newcastle for 55 million. That has generated another 5 or 6 million in terms of a sell-on clause. So with all the different clauses that they've managed to receive, they've generated around about sort of 21 million pounds, which has allowed them to then go and reinvest in Benjamin Sesko. But really, right now, the well is dry. They've signed Cunha, they've signed Mbeumo. Sesko will be the next one. If they're going to sign anyone else, if they're going to sign a number 6 or a goalkeeper, they're going to have to start getting players out. They're going to have to get Garnacho out, Anthony, Jadon Sancho, possibly Rasmus Højlund. If they can do that and raise, maybe 90 to 100 million pounds, depending on what offers they receive, then there is a possibility that they may go back in for a number 6. Baleba is one of the players that they like, although that deal at the moment, United are considering that to be quite difficult to do just because of the fee that Brighton would demand. But if they can get those players out in time before the deadline, there is a possibility that United may bring in 1 or 2 more players. But I think the bulk of their business right now has been done. Their main aim this summer was to bring goals in. It was to redevelop their attack, and they've done that with Cunha and Mbeumo and Sesko. Anything else, I think United will consider to be a bonus from here on in.
They brought in a number 6. When did they bring in Ugarte? Was it January?
Last summer, wasn't it?
Last summer?
Yeah.
60 million, something like that. Well, there's, you know what I'm saying? It's like just you're rushing out there, panicking, and players. What Julian Laurent said, he's a midfielder that struggles to pass the ball, right?
Which is important, I understand, being a midfielder.
My point is like they have to stop. Part of the issue for them is the wasting of the money.
Yeah.
Now having to try and get these players out to be able to spend again, which they have done pretty well in the forward department. But clearly, when you look at Agati and Casemiro in the middle of the park, and you know, you get Kobe Mino still there, it really needs to be strengthened because, you know, Casemiro, although he got better in the second half of the season, he's Mother Nature's telling you that he's going to struggle. And Agati just has struggled pretty much since he came in, so they need somebody in there. You can't keep talking about, oh, Bruno Fernandes is going to drop deeper and play in central midfield. He may do that, but that's not natural for him. He's actually he wants to be more in the forward position. So if they haven't got any more money or they can't get anybody out last minute to be able to spend some more, this midfield area in front of this back line or back three, whatever it is, that's going to be a real... As much as you've improved the forward department, if you haven't got the engine room sorted out to do all of the sort of donkey work and get the ball up to the forward department, then that's a problem. And that currently it is a problem for Ruben Amorim.
Wow, I hope Nicholas Jackson does not watch this show. Let's talk about Darwin Nunez then, shall we? My namesake there at Liverpool. It looks like he's on his way to Al-Hilal for 53 million euros plus add-ons. Gab, let me come to you for this one now. We've spoken about Darwin Nunez's role at Liverpool, especially with all of the new and potential additions that Liverpool could be adding to their squad this summer. We all agreed that it was time for him to find a new chapter elsewhere. So is this good business all around?
I think it's very good business. I think, you know, when you consider that he's still on Liverpool wages, he's got years left on his contract. He's, you know, in terms of that A word again, the amortization word, which is, by the way, is a huge part of the reason why Liverpool are able to spend so much this summer, is that they spent less in previous years. You know, you are getting money back. He will count as a profit. So yeah. I think this is a wonderful deal for Liverpool if they can get it over the line. I mean, again, I'm not as anti-Darwin Nunez as some people on here. I do think he contributes something, but man, if you can get that sort of fee, 53 million plus, you know, rising with add-ons, I think you take it.
Frank, Darwin Nunez, we know it didn't work out how many would have wanted it to at Liverpool. There was interest for him in Italy as well, but ultimately it looks like he's heading to Saudi. Are you disappointed to see him go to Saudi?
Yes, I am, because he's 25, 26 years old, I think, and I think it's too early. With all due respect to that Saudi league, and I'm pretty sure that he's going to enjoy it, and he's going to take lots of money, but as I always say, you know, if you're under 30 and you decide to go to those, I'm sorry, exotic championship, you don't like football. You like money, and that's fair. And but you decide to say goodbye to what you love the most, football. And when you're 33, 32, 34, 35, no problem. You can go there, enjoy, get the money, but Darwin Nunez could have rebounded somewhere else and maybe be the player that he was in Portugal and enjoy playing in Italy in one of the 5 best leagues in the world and maybe go within 5 years to Saudi Arabia. That's disappointing for me. Well done, Liverpool. Get the money. Bye-bye, Darwin Nunez. Good luck to you. But yeah, that's not nice.
That's one way to describe it. All right, well, let's have a look at some of Liverpool's forwards and midfielders. There you can see the ones highlighted in yellow are expected to leave this summer. So it just goes to show you the kind of business that Liverpool are waiting to complete. Shaka, I think this all points to the awful truth for you that Alex Isak is probably on his way there.
I'm still in denial, Alexis. I have no idea what points to that at all. Listen, credit to Liverpool and the way they've done their business. Not just this summer, which, let's be honest, in Premier League terms, Liverpool have won the transfer window, but in years leading up, so that they are able to secure the talents of Wirtz and still be potential bidders for Isak even after the Ekitike purchase. The worrying thing for everybody else is, as I said yesterday, I think it was, that as good as Liverpool were last season, as dominant as they were in the Premier League, by far and away the best team in the league, this version of Liverpool, potentially, they haven't kicked a ball yet, but this version of Liverpool is or can be so much better. And if everybody's playing catch-up before, it's a little concerning for everybody else, kind of given where they very well may be.
All I'm going to say about Liverpool is, while I agree in the potential of this group if they get all the pieces that they want in place and all those pieces that are delivering to the level that we expect them to, yes, I'm with you, Shaq. They're a little light in numbers right now in the attack. Luis Diaz, gone. Darwin Nunez, potentially gone, as we just reported. The untimely death of Diogo Jota. And you start looking at the numbers itself, and it's kind of like, all right, well, it's Ekitike, Florian Wirtz, Mohamed Salah. We're assuming that Isak is walking through that door, but that's not a fact just yet. And so when you look at what this team might have been in the attack and currently is, they're a little light in terms of the numbers in the attack and in terms, not necessarily the quality. They have the quality, but I don't see depth in the attack. And that's why it becomes, as you just mentioned, 2 + 2 = 4. Isak is coming to Liverpool. Because otherwise, why would you make this sort of decisions? I was sitting here a couple of days ago, and Gab was on the show as well, sort of making the case and building the case that, listen, you don't have to push Darwin Nunez out the door until you have secure Isak. Because Darwin Nunez could play a role for you, and Ekitike could still be your starting striker, if indeed you didn't get Isak. Now, you put yourself out in a situation in which Darwin Nunez is gone, you've taken the money, good piece of business, but what do you do with that money and what do you do with the business? Because if Isak is not there, then, as I mentioned before, just a mathematical equation, they seem to be short in numbers in terms of strikers.
Gab, what do you think about with what Ale said about that and the fact that the news that we heard this morning of Alexander Isak being told to train away from the Newcastle first team? Are we closer to guaranteeing his signing?
I think we're closer to Isak being willing to really push the boat out, trying to force a deal. I just find it a little bit curious because you guys are talking about they're light in attack, but I think there's such a thing as a hierarchy in the better teams. And if Isak comes, he expects to start. Mohamed Salah is obviously going to start. Florian Wirtz expects to start. Part of me looks at this and says, if we can put Wirtz among, looking at this graphic, why do we put Wirtz with the midfielders? Because somebody drew up a 4-2-3-1 and put him in the hole where the Szoboszlai position. I would imagine you could put Wirtz among the strikers. You could put Elliott, who of course started out as a winger. You could put him in that mix. Chiesa's still there for better or worse. I'm not sure you need to bring in an absolute A-list when I think there are issues elsewhere. What happens if Ryan Gravenberch gets hurt? Last year when Gravenberch slowed down, hey, you move McAllister there. Okay, fine. That's not McAllister's best position, and that means that then you have to make another adjustment. And that's before we get into the issue of the center backs. They were all ready to sign Dean Huyson, then it didn't work out. What happened to that? Do you no longer need an option off the bench to replace Van Dijk or Konate? So I don't know if this is all some massive misdirection from Liverpool, where they have us all talking about Isak, but secretly they're trying to make moves elsewhere. Because otherwise, for me, yeah, I would agree they're light, but wouldn't necessarily agree they're light in attack. They're light in other positions in terms of depth.
Frank, you were listening very keenly when Gab was talking just now. What do you think of all this?
Well, I really think, and I'm sorry for Shaka and those people who think that Isak's going to stay, because, when you start seeing that a guy is not allowed to train with the rest of the team, it doesn't smell good. It doesn't smell very, very good, So I really think that Isak is on his way out, and I don't see any other club so much willing to get him. So I think he's going to sign for Liverpool, and Liverpool is going to be a tremendous club. So in terms of numbers, yeah, Ali. Because I can't call him Alejandro, so Ali is.
That moved me again. That moved me again.
So Ali is right. It's a little bit short, but you know, I think they can move players like Curtis can stay and move if Wirtz is injured, but also he can play on the side. You have Gakpo as well, and I think they can manage to sort out any possibilities. And I think I never seen in the past decade a team so complete for me. So yeah, let's see how it works if they have injuries. But I feel something special with that team, where in any position, that team is the best in the world. So it has to be proven, but it's a very good sign for Liverpool this season.
I wonder if there's a Alexander Isak is leaving support group somewhere Xhaka could join, because this is week 2, I think, of this saga, and Xhaka, you're holding up all right.
Can't a man just be in denial and peace around here?
Oh.
I'm very comfortable. I'm comfortable.
You're very comfortable.
I'm comfortable in my denial.
Oh, please, can I do the show once this transfer is confirmed? Just to see, because I feel like you're going to need some tissues. We'll get some tissues for Xhaka. Anyways, as much as we love to have fun on the show, we have even more fun over on Extra Time. That's where these boys will be taking your questions. Make sure to check it out and join us on YouTube. All right, well, a juicy one is coming up in England, the Community Shield, and best believe we will be there at Wembley. Crystal Palace up against Liverpool. That's Sunday, 9:30 a.m. Set your alarms on ESPN+. ESPN FC is presented by Xfinity. The Wi-Fi is booming.
We've heard Manchester United over the last year tell us that they haven't got any money. Boo-hoo, look at us, everything's falling apart. We've had to make all these cuts off the pitch. Yet we see them this summer bringing Cunha, bringing Wemo, and now bringing Sesko. So do they have money left to bring in, say, a Carlos Baleba, who they've been linked to? But we're talking like 80 to 100 million?
No, they haven't got the money right now, is the short answer to that. They've been able to do the Sesko deal really because of money that they perhaps didn't think that they were going to get this summer. They've managed to get Marcus Rashford out on loan to Barcelona quicker than they thought. That's a saving of around 40 million euros a year. They've been lucky with some of the sell-on clauses as well. They weren't expecting Anthony Elanga to move from Nottingham Forest to Newcastle for 55 million. That has generated another 5 or 6 million in terms of a sell-on clause. So with all the different clauses that they've managed to receive, they've generated around about sort of 21 million pounds, which has allowed them to then go and reinvest in Benjamin Sesko. But really, right now, the well is dry. You know, they've signed Cunha, they've signed Mbeumo. Sesko will be the next one. If they're going to sign anyone else, if they're going to sign a number 6 or a goalkeeper, they're going to have to start getting players out. They're going to have to get Garnacho out, Anthony, Jadon Sancho, possibly Rasmus Højlund. If they can do that and raise, you know, maybe 90 to 100 million pounds, depending on what offers they receive, then there is a possibility that they may go back in for a number 6. Believer is one of the players that they like, although that deal at the moment, United are considering that to be quite difficult to do just because of the fee that Brighton would demand. But if they can get those players out in time before the deadline, there is a possibility that United may bring in 1 or 2 more players. But I think the bulk of their business right now has been done. Their main aim this summer was to bring goals in. It was to redevelop their attack, and they've done that with Cunha and Mbeumo and Sesko. Anything else, I think United will consider to be a bonus from here on in.
They brought in a number 6. When did they bring in Ugarte? Was it January?
Last summer, wasn't it?
Last summer?
Yeah.
60 million, something like that. There's, you know what I'm saying? It's like just you're rushing out there, panicking, and players. What Julian Laurent said, he's a midfielder that struggles to pass the ball, right?
Which is important, I understand, being a midfielder.
point is like they have to stop. Part of the issue for them is the wasting of the money.
Yeah.
Now having to try and get these players out to be able to spend again, which they have done pretty well in the forward department. But clearly, when you look at Agati and Casemiro in the middle of the park, and you know, you get Kobe Mino still there, it really needs to be strengthened because, you know, Casemiro, although he got better in the second half of the season, he's Mother Nature's telling you that he's going to struggle. And Agati just has struggled pretty much since he came in. So they need somebody in there. You can't keep talking about, oh, Bruno Fernandes is going to drop deeper and play in central midfield. He may do that, but that's not natural for him. He's actually he wants to be more in the forward position. So if they haven't got any more money or they can't get anybody out last minute to be able to spend some more, this midfield area in front of this back line or back three, whatever it is, that's going to be a real... As much as you've improved the forward department, if you haven't got the engine room sorted out to do all the sort of donkey work and get the ball up to the forward department, then that's a problem. And that currently it is a problem for Ruben Amorim.
The 30-man shortlist has been announced for this year's Ballon d'Or, and of course there will be a new winner this year. Rodri not involved because of his injury. Maybe a couple of years ago we thought it might be Vinicius Jr., maybe Kylian Mbappe battling out for this award. Of course, both Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. But according to the bookies, there is certainly one front runner, and that is Ousmane Dembele. Of course, so key to the success that PSG had during their season, going to win the Champions League. But it's Lamine Yamal that the bookies reckon could push Dembele all the way. Of course, the teenage sensation, just incredible this season for both Barcelona and Spain. According to bookies, then it's very much a two-horse race. We welcome into the show Ian Dark and Don Hutchinson. Right, it's a given. Nobody likes individual awards in a team sport. Yes, it's very difficult to compare players who play for better national teams who weren't at the Club World Cup, blah, blah, blah. We've been there, we've done it. We've been there. This is not an excuse to get on a soapbox.
Well, you're on it.
No, I'm not on it because I am nipping it in the bud before we get to it, and we can just get names and we can get on with it. Don, who would you vote for?
Dembele, best player in the world.
There we are. Perfect. All right, Ian Dark.
I think you've got to say Dembele because Paris Saint-Germain won the Champions League so impressively, and he was at the heartbeat of that.
Bit longer, boys.
Dembele as well?
Yeah.
No case for Lamine Yamal?
No, not at all. I think it's pretty clear. I think the only argument is some of the names that are actually on the list.
Well, they had to make 30, didn't they?
Yeah, exactly.
That's
you can tell.
First Scottish player for 38 years, Stephen.
Is it first for 38 years, Scott McTominay? That's fantastic.
I mean obviously he's not going to come close to winning it. But how fantastic is that? Put out by Man United, goes to Napoli, wins the Scudetto, is loved by the Napoli fans and has just done a great job. So fantastic for him.
Why are you pulling the face?
I didn't see this coming.
But it is, isn't it?
No, it is.
I mean, he was a big part player.
Scott McTominay loving.
No, he was a big part player.
He's caught me by surprise.
Yeah. But is the story not more? Forgive me. It's the story not more. Dembele, who of course went from Borussia Dortmund to Barcelona for such a big amount of money, and then was pretty much a big part player.
I disagree. I disagree. All right, look at this.
Yes, I don't know what.
Let's just drill over Scott McTominay for a couple of minutes.
But this is
I
quite something from Dembele, isn't it?
You and I, it is, and he had a terrific second half of the season in particular. We should remember that. The first half of the season, PSG were not that great. The second half of the season, they were outstanding. Yes, he's got more goals than Lamine Yamal, but we watched La Liga every week. You and I sit in this studio, and what we saw, when the guys say it's not even close, I just disagree with that. When we saw a 17-year-old doing, already having won the Euros, dragging this Barca team to one of the best seasons for a long time. Yeah, they came short in the Champions League, and that wasn't because of him, that was because they can't defend. And that day that we saw the goal there, we were at that game in the Montjuic. What he did for this team at this age, I personally think he is the best player in the world. And I said that on air 3-4 months ago. So for me, I don't have a problem with either of them. To be fair, Dembele was outstanding, coming from an inconsistent player who had, disciplinary problems at several clubs. and his end product in the last couple of years was pretty terrible, if we're being honest. And he brushed all that up brilliantly. And I'm taking nothing away, but for me, it's the young Spaniard just ahead of him. But I don't have an issue with that. Scott McTominay thought.
So because of that,
I thought you were giving me.
You thought I was giving you
I can only see two fingers.
And because of what you've just said about Dembele is another reason why Dembele deserves it as well. Listen, I've been one of those guys who have sat here for years and went, this guy Dembele's kidding everybody on. He produces something, all of a sudden, disappears.
But because
and
he's came good,
before you get rid of him,
doesn't detract from. Because he's came good, doesn't detract from what this youngster has done.
No, I don't disagree. He's fantastic. And if it went to Yamal, then it'd be tough to argue. You know, quite frankly, you might be right. He might be the best player on the planet. But the award is about that particular time. A 12-month period.
Right.
And over that 12-month period,
where's he going?
Dembele's been the best.
Yes, but Lamine Yamal hasn't really. This is kind of his first full season. This is the 12-month period we're judging him on, and you just said that he's the best player in the world.
No, I said you couldn't argue that he may be the best player in the world.
Right.
But this is not about the best player on the planet. This is about a period of 12 months.
Yes, exactly.
And that's why Dembele deserves it, along with the story of how bad he was and how many managers who must have driven mental. You got something wrong with your eye.
I'm just intrigued. What you're saying is that Dembele has been the best player in the last 12 months.
I never said that.
Right. So you're saying Lamine Yamal has been the best player in the last 12 months?
I think what we're going down here is a rabbit hole. We'd call this is a rabbit hole.
I thought you were going to say
I'm going to turn this way. Let me know when it's done.
Just explain.
Yeah, I think over the last 12 months, his body of work is better than Yamal's.
So Dembele's been the best player of the last 12 months?
His body of work over the last 12 months.
Why can't you just say he's the best player? Why do you have to say body of work?
Well, why do I have to say that?
Because this is what it's about. This is what this award is about. The best player of the last 12 months. Who is it?
Dembele.
Right, okay. Right, we got there.
I told you that 5 minutes ago.
Yes, but then you started going on that you could say Lamine.
I was talking about the story. He was talking about the story of McTominay, and I'm talking about the story of Dembele.
They're, without wasting any more time, they are both great stories. One from a guy who, in Spain, is now just a superstar, and he's turned 18, and we're going to get a good front seat about how he handles the pressure, which he has done brilliantly up to now. And the other one, you're absolutely right, Steve, is a story of inconsistency and issues and being shown the door at Barcelona, and he was all that sort of stuff to an absolutely brilliant period in his home country at PSG. I don't really have an issue either way. Both of them were absolutely fantastic.
I think one good thing, almost inevitably will happen this year, which of course did happen last year, was the fact that whoever doesn't win it won't throw their toys out the pram. We won't see a big protest, indeed. If it goes Lamine Yamal or Dembele, we won't see...
Well, there's no point Real Madrid even thinking about turning up, because they're going to win sod all again.
Very much so. Where do you stand on the argument of Lamine Yamal, Ian?
Well, I think if you're talking about a player who gets you out of your seat, Lamine Yamal is your man. I mean, he's been phenomenal, hasn't he? And we all love watching him. But I agree with what Stevie says. We're talking about the Ballon d'Or for this year. And in this year, I think it's Dembele's award, and he will deserve it. And I think he will win it as well. But you know something about Lamine Yamal? He could be like Messi. He could win 7 or 8 of these things before he's through.
Well, he'll win 9 if he wins this one. And by the way, Ian, we're dressing up in this show now.
I know, Ian. Have you come from a council meeting? What's going on?
Well, look at Stevie.
Well, exactly. that is not a gauge.
I turn up on this show and you're all dressed.
I'm quite sure how to take that.
Every week, and now because I'm wearing a tie, you've decided to go into the smart casual mode, Craig.
But there you go. Just a spite.
I'm just doing the opposite.
Take the tie off.
Go on.
There you go. On the bottom. Take the jacket up.
It wasn't, of course, just the shortlist for the men's Ballon d'Or that was announced. It's a women's Ballon d'Or as well, which will be announced at the same ceremony, of course. Long list of 30 players. Marta, of course, maintains her place among the best in the world. She was so brilliant, wasn't she? For Brazil just a couple of weeks ago in that final against Colombia. Very much an argument for her to once again be named Ballon d'Or. Oh, I think it's it. I think it is done. I don't think we have to talk about Benjamin Sesko anymore. Of course, we've talked at length about the possibility of the Slovenian moving from the Bundesliga to the Premier League. For more on this, let's welcome in Ian Dark, Don Hutchinson. But Rob, never ever have I been so pleased to see you. Because is that it? We don't need to talk about Sesko anymore?
Oh, well, United fans will hope that we're going to talk about Sesko all season, because if he comes in and scores loads of goals, he's going to be the main man, and he's going to be a topic of conversation for the rest of the season. But yeah, in terms of his move, this is something that's been ongoing for months, possibly even years. It's almost every transfer window we talk about Benjamin Sesko moving to the Premier League. He's been linked with almost every top club, Arsenal most recently, now United. United have got the deal done. They've agreed a fee with RB Leipzig. He's flown to Manchester tonight. He's going to do his medical tomorrow, and we expect that he's going to be presented as a new Man United player before their friendly against Fiorentina at Old Trafford on Saturday.
That's it. Good. Done. If you want to see everyone talk about Benjamin Sesko, just look at every show we've done over the last 3 weeks. What does that mean, though?
Was it not Alexander Isak?
What? No, Sesko as well.
Sesko. All right, well.
Don't interrupt the flow of us saying goodbye to the Benjamin Sesko conversation, because it then moves us on to your boys, Don, in real trouble now as to who they need to bring in to reinforce that front line. Of course, Sesko was to be the man to replace Isak. You said, get rid of Isak, bring in Nunez.
Didn't quite say that, but I think he would work at Newcastle, but unfortunately he's gone to Saudi, so I'm trying to rack my brains at the A-list number 9s out there, the realistic ones. I mean, not going to get Kane, not going to get Lewandowski. And there's talk of like Nicholas Jackson from Chelsea for 80 million, and Sesko was valued at about 75. I mean, I'd lob another 20 in and try Inter's hand for Lautaro Martinez. Quite ironically, you had a list of Ballon d'Or contenders there. Martinez was on it. I didn't see Sesko on it. I didn't see Nicholas Jackson. So why wouldn't Newcastle try and go 100 or 95 for Lautaro Martinez? They're going to need a number 9. Obviously, they lost Callum Wilson. They didn't get Ekitike. They've not got Sesko. The only hope now is, because they haven't got a number 9, Alexander Isak stays. That's probably what Newcastle fans at the minute are clinging on to. But it's a long shot, because Liverpool are not going away. But what Newcastle have got, they've got a player that's got 3 years left on his contract, and they literally can't let him go until they bring. And I think what they're saying is they want 2 strikers before they allow Isak to move on. So, as Ian said, there's a game coming round the corner in about 8 days' time, and Newcastle have got to move pretty quickly.
Why would Lautaro Martinez want to go to Newcastle, by the way? When he's at Inter, they get into Champions League finals. They didn't win the Serie A last year. Probably should have done. Why would he want to go to Newcastle? And why would Darwin Nunez all of a sudden work at Newcastle when it's been quite clear that he's struggled on in the Premier League?
Good question. Good question. I just see a player, Craig, and you guys know, when you see a player that puts on a Man United shirt, a Liverpool shirt, Real Barca, sometimes that shirt can weigh a little bit too heavy. You remember his debut, got sent off on his debut, he's emotional. But I think there's a player in there. I think when you look at the profile of player, when you think of what Firmino was for Liverpool, he was coming short, linking the play, and he was getting goals for Salah, getting goals for Mane. Darwin Nunez is a different type. He's more in a profile, and I'm not comparing, obviously, but he wants balls played down the side like Erling Haaland. He's that type of player where you get him down the side as a defenders, he's rapid. Now, what he needs to learn, he needs to learn how to be calm in front of the goal, because he's too erratic. Now, at his age, I think going to somewhere like Newcastle, obviously it's not going to happen because I think he's going to Al-Hilal, but if he went to Newcastle, I could see a player that Eddie Howe could develop and also be given the time. And you guys know what it's like. I've had it in my career when a manager will say to you, listen, relax. Just go and play the next 6 games, 10 games. You've got no pressure. You don't feel as though you've got to score every single game, otherwise you're going to be on the bench. I think if he played nearly every game for Newcastle in the Premier League, and Eddie Howe got his confidence back and got him playing again and got him chances in front of goal, there's definitely a 15 to 20 goal striker in there. I'm convinced of it. It's just not happened at Liverpool.
Jurgen Klopp couldn't get him going, and Arne Slot didn't fancy him. One of the problems here for Newcastle.
Slot couldn't wait for him, though, Craig.
One of the problems for Newcastle.
Slot couldn't wait for him. Liverpool will go.
No, he wasn't good enough.
Sorry, Greg.
He wasn't good. He wasn't good enough for Liverpool.
No, I think.
Okay, all right. Well, he's going to Saudi Arabia.
They couldn't wait for him.
I don't care. Nunez wasn't good enough for Liverpool in the Premier League. The one thing I think one issue I see with Newcastle is actually being able to attract the players. Sesko they were prepared to pay big money for Sesko. He didn't want to go there. He wanted to go to Man United. Now, Newcastle are way ahead of Man United in terms of on the field at the moment. We know the problems of United on the field. That looks to be getting negated somewhat by the players that they have signed. Not perfect, but they certainly look as if they're going to be in a better position. They still have the ability, because of their size and because of their history, to sell the club to players. Maybe not like how they could in the glory days when Fergie would pinch a player from other clubs at the last minute, but they're still a big attraction, even though they've had major problems on the field. That's the issue for Newcastle. The issue for Newcastle is they have to pay the money and they have to attract a player. And I think we're seeing that with the Benjamin Sesko deal, because they were able, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were prepared to pay more money at the time for Benjamin Sesko, but he wanted to go to Manchester United, and that's Newcastle's problem.
Meanwhile, Rob, you take a look at what Newcastle are going to do, and it's interesting, Don mentioned Nico Jackson. He seems to be shipped around everywhere at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chelsea have made it quite clear that he is available. They've signed an awful lot of centre forwards this summer already. They've got Liam Delap, they've got João Pedro from Brighton. He was a little bit hit and miss last season. I think Chelsea fans, some love him, some aren't that keen. And I think, unfortunately for him, he's going to be one that has to make way for the likes of Delap and João Pedro. In terms of what Newcastle do, and I think Newcastle really are looking for players that want to join, because they've been snubbed at so many different turns this summer. The Benjamin Sesko one will hurt, because I think they thought at one point that he was going to join them. That Newcastle's tactic with that was to agree a deal first with RB Leipzig and then hope to agree with Sesko. United have gone the other way round and have tried to convince Sesko first. They've got the yes from Sesko and have then gone to RB Leipzig and said, well, your player wants to join us, you've got to negotiate with us, and that seems to have worked. So Newcastle are in a difficult position now, because the Isak situation is difficult. Obviously they're going to want him to stay. He clearly wants to go to Liverpool. He needs to be replaced. I think Nicholas Jackson's not a bad shout, really. Don just talked there about the pressure and of playing every week and not having to score. If you're going to get benched, I think that he would quite enjoy that at Newcastle. Newcastle fans love their centre forwards. He's quite enigmatic. He's a little bit raw in the terms of how he goes about his football. But I think Newcastle fans might embrace that. And I think in terms of goals in him, I think Nicholas Jackson is a 20 goal a season player. It's just getting that out of him, and maybe Newcastle is the place for him to do that.
I don't get this.
Not at that price.
No.
I mean,
they're wanting 60, 70 million for Jackson. Are you telling me you can't
80.
find? You telling me you can't find somebody who's going to run all day, run the channels, smash into defenders, do all kinds of stuff, give every single thing they've got, and you're going to have to pay 70 million for it? I mean, that's madness. Nicholas Jackson cannot finish. So why does a team like Newcastle need Nicholas Jackson? It's a waste of money.
Ian, your thoughts?
And my thoughts are, I agree with Stevie. Nicholas Jackson's pretty erratic, but he's available at the moment. That's a pretty big thing with Newcastle. We've heard about all the rejections they've got. They must feel like jilted lovers at the moment. They really must. But there's a couple of other names. I mean, they're after Johan Wisser from Brentford. I think they need two strikers. Callum Wilson, is injury prone, has gone to West Ham. Looks like Isak isn't going to play for them again because the bridges seem to be burned. So they need two strikers. So Wisser, another name there I would just throw in, who they might make a bid for, might be Ollie Watkins. Now, Villa don't want to sell him, but I think for 60 million or so, you've got a proven Premier League goal scorer there, and that might be an idea that crosses their mind.
Oh dear. Ter Stegen, this is turning into a right old soap opera in Catalonia, of course. Ter Stegen was Barcelona's captain going into this season, was being very much the apt word here. This is what Barcelona said. Barcelona hereby announced that following the disciplinary proceedings open against player Marc-Andre Ter Stegen, and until this matter is definitively resolved, the club, by mutual agreement with the sporting director and the coaching staff, has decided to temporarily withdraw his role as first-team captain. For more on this, Gemma Salea joins us. Ian's still with us as well. Unfortunately, he's kept most of his clothes on. Gemma, just explain what's going on here. How do we get to this point where Barcelona have said to Ter Stegen, you're not our captain anymore?
Yes, Dan, there is an open conflict until the last month of last season. He wanted to play, he wanted to be the main goalkeeper. Hansi Flick decided to put Tech Chesney or even Iñaki Peña in the last game. Then he felt outraged because Barcelona decided to sign another goalkeeper, Joan Garcia, without informing him. And this war started to escalate, and it's starting to look like an ugly divorce. And the last action is that he had to undergo surgery, and he decided not to sign the medical report that Barcelona needs to send to La Liga. This will release some salary. It would be crucial for Barcelona to register the new players, especially the goalkeepers, Joan Garcia, but also Tech Chesney that has renewed. And this was the last job, the last action that Barcelona wanted to take this unprecedented action to remove a player from being the main captain. This is usually a decision of the locker room, but Barcelona considered that he is being selfish. He has signed that permission to send the medical reports to La Liga before, so they consider that the only reason to not doing that now is to make it more difficult to Barcelona to register the new players, especially the goalkeepers. And this is especially important doing it right now because on Sunday is the big opening party at Barcelona, the trophy in Joan Gamper, where the main captain needs to talk to the fan base, and it would have been very uncomfortable. So they took this decision today. I had the chance to talk to some of the locker room of Barcelona. They were shocked because they didn't know this unilateral decision, but it's also something that they didn't want to get involved with this conflict with their captain. 11 seasons in the club, is the only player at Barcelona who has won the Champions League, and they are shocked, but they understand the decision of the club.
What did he think he was going to achieve by doing this, Gemma? Because from the outside looking in, this always looked like it was going to be ugly, and it always looked like that Ter Stegen was going to be on the losing side.
So he's upset. He thinks he's been mistreated, and he's having this kind of conflict with the club. He still has 3 more seasons. So at some point it will be a matter of money because he wants to be rewarded for that. But at the end of the day, it's very difficult because in this ugly divorce, then it's very difficult to know who will be more damaged. Because of course, if Barcelona wants to play dirty as well, he might not play ever again, and so he loses any chance to be the Germany goalkeeper that it would be his dream in the next World Cup.
Ugly for Barcelona, Ian, here.
Yeah, it is, and I think it's sad treatment of a long-serving player, as Gemma was saying, the only player at Barcelona who's won the Champions League. And this is all, again, isn't it, at the heart of this is the fact that Barcelona have got 5 players at the moment. They can't register. They need to free up money to meet La Liga's salary cap demands. And really, it's kind of all about that, isn't it? And Ter Stegen, yeah, okay, he's played maybe a little bit fast and loose and been awkward because he's angry that he isn't going to be the #1 goalkeeper. It looks that way anyway at Barcelona. But I've got a lot of sympathy with him, really, because he spent a lot of time injured in the last couple of years. And I just think it's an unedifying spectacle every year to see Barcelona scrambling around like this to get players registered. They will sort it out. They always seem to with some financial gymnastics, but it's not a good look.
There's probably only 2 or 3 players safe from this at Barcelona, isn't it? Lamine Yamal, Rafinha, probably Pedri. Everybody else is probably a pawn. Think about the treatment Frankie de Jong got a couple of years ago when they were trying to get him out so badly to get these extra money, to get the registration, to meet the salary cap that they needed and sign players and blah, blah, blah. The fans were waiting at the training grounds, booing him and abusing him because, you know, the club were putting out reports that he was the bad guy. And and Ian's absolutely correct. This is what they do. And so unless you're one of those 3 or 4 players that are at the moment pretty much untouchable, if they need to get you out, they will drag you through the coals and try and muddy your name. So I kind of get, and I'm saying, I'm sure there's two sides to every story here, but he went from, you know, vying with Manuel Neuer for the #1 at Germany to being the #1 at Barcelona, to having this long injury, really bad injury, to coming back and basically being surplus to any sort of requirements. So it is a difficult pill to swallow. Maybe he's not handling it correctly, but I think any player would be pretty peeved at the treatment they're getting after being out for so long.
Yeah, there's players up and down the country, in every league, that are getting abused by the club. Because the club, at the end of the day, don't really care about you individually. They only care about what you can do for them. And the fact that Trezeguet's been out for so long, they've clearly decided he's done at our place and they're trying to get him out, and they'll do anything they can. So whatever he's doing that's sticking a spoke in the proverbial wheel, then I've got a lot of sympathy for him.
Inigo Martinez, meanwhile, has left the club. Gemma, certainly looks like he's on his way to Saudi Arabia. Does that free up a space for them to register a player?
Yes, we need to know how much exactly, because it depends, of course, of the consideration of La Liga. This is not good news for Barcelona, because he was a key player last season, crucial for implementing that Hansi Flick crazy headline. He helped so much Pau Cubarsí last season. He got that captain spirit, always putting a fight. I remember this connection he had with Lamine Yamal, sending this long ball. So he's gonna be very much missed, but Barcelona couldn't forbid him to go. He had a verbal agreement, because he already had an offer from Saudi Arabia last season, and he was asked not to leave. And he had some kind of verbal agreement that if another good offer arrived, the club wouldn't put problems in that. He's 34 years old, and Barcelona considers that they have enough centre backs, but I think Hansi Flick will miss him a lot. And about the space for registering, as it depends on the consideration of La Liga, I've been trying to find out, because this is just a breaking news. Some people say yes, it would at least allow, the very important thing is to register Joan Garcia, because right now Iñaki Peña should be playing in some Moj in 11 days, and some sources say in La Liga that they need to consider to see the books and to see if this about 17 million annually to take it out of the books will allow Joan Garcia at least to be registered.
From Hansi Flick, I'm not happy, Ian.
Probably not, no, but it always seems to be like this at the start of Barcelona. We're going to be covering their opening game away to Real Mallorca, so it's going to be interesting to see what team takes the pitch there, because Marcus Rashford, of course, signed in a very high-profile move from Manchester United. He's among those players who's waiting.
We're going to move on to the bad news that we've touched on already with regards to the World Club Champions, which are Chelsea. They've confirmed their defender Levi Colwill has undergone successful surgery after suffering an ACL injury. He reported back to Cobham for pre-season training on Monday before suffering the setback during a training session. So we're going to focus more on this, and we're joined by Chelsea Fan TV host Alex Harris. Alex, good morning. How are you doing today?
Morning, Alex. Good to be on.
Thank you for joining us. I mean, it's the inevitable and obvious question, but how big a loss is this?
Yeah, it's a massive loss, and I feel like in the back line we've had a lot of rotations defensively. Obviously, Fofana consistently gets injured, so he's not reliable throughout a whole season. Tosin's in and out, Chalobah in and out as well. And one player we've been able to count on is Levi Colwill in the middle. So a lot of Chelsea fans are very, very concerned about this. But one thing I would say is I wouldn't panic too much, because I'm hearing that, we've got to go back in the market, get another centre-back. We've just signed Jorrel Hato. We still have Vega. That seems to be another player that could potentially come in, even though it looks like he was almost about to go to Atletico Madrid before that deal fell through. And, defensively, our record under Maresca has been pretty good. So I wouldn't rush to sign a replacement. I feel like we have other players that can play in that position, but again, you're looking for someone left-sided as well. So in that case, you only have Hato, who's 19. He did captain Ajax, so it makes you think maybe he could just slot in, but at the same time, it's a little bit different playing in England than Holland. But I wouldn't panic too much about that one, but it's going to be a massive loss for a couple of months.
And obviously Garnacho is well figured now. It looks like he will be going to Chelsea. Good signing for you?
By the way, can I just say, Chelsea fans, some of them are just crazy to me. Like how we can do some of the business that we've done. We signed 2 strikers, we've got midfield depth, we've already got wingers in terms of Estêvão and Guehi, so we've got depth there, we've got Hato. The only position that we can really complain about is the goalkeeper, if you want to be picky. So the fact that people are saying #no to Garnacho, this has been some sort of trend that's been going around. For me, it's just ridiculous. And if we were having this conversation now like it was in January, 50, 60 million, I know Man United turned down a deal from Napoli, which was 45 million, then I totally understand the concern. But we're not looking to go out there and spend that kind of money anymore. And Man United are in a position where actually they're going to be looking at January and probably regretting the fact that they didn't accept that deal from Napoli. So, in my opinion, you are able to get this player because United are desperate to sell. He is desperate to leave. I want him for 30 million. The most I would add on to that is maybe 5 to 10 million in add-ons, incentive-based bonuses. And I know a lot of Man United fans will be angry about that, but that's the reality. He's a sellable asset to them. They need to raise funds. And to be quite frank, Garnacho is just not worth 50 million quid. So I think it's an opportunistic signing. I think it's a signing we need to take advantage of, a bit like Jadon Sancho. And I think he will improve Chelsea. You know, he's not going to make us worse. You look at the environment that he's in at Manchester United and you say, is that a good environment? Absolutely not. You look at the players, is that better than what Chelsea have to offer? No. Everything about Chelsea right now is better than Man United. And that's not me being rude, that's just the harsh reality. Chelsea are now, a lot of people don't want to admit it, but we're going to be in the title conversation. I don't think we'll win it, but we're in the conversation, right? We've just won the Club World Cup, we won a European trophy, we beat PSG. Clearly we've got something about us that we didn't realise was brewing, and something's just clicked. And if you look at Man United now, Conference League is going to be a great finish. If they finish 8th, I heard Rio Ferdinand saying that, it's a good season, and he's not wrong. He's not wrong at all. So why would any player want to remain a part of that establishment? We've got better players, we'll give him more playing time, we'll give him a pay rise, better environment, everything's better.
Yeah, I think he's the type of player that wants to be loved as well, which he's obviously not getting at Manchester United. Going back onto what you were saying about being in contention perhaps for the title, if you go back to last season and the start that you made, everyone was talking about Chelsea. They're in this title race, and I know Enzo Maresca wasn't. I know a lot of Chelsea fans weren't either, but fast forward to now, Jamie Carragher says you're nearer to being in the conversation as being a title challenger. What makes you think things are so different, though, for you personally? Because you said you will be in the conversation, you just don't think you'll get it done.
Yeah, I think that the main thing is we've just got a belief now, right? I mean, I was heavily Maresca out. I mean, there's no other way for me to say it. And I'm very glad that I was proven wrong. I've got no problem saying that. I know I'm going to get slated for a year or two, and that's fine. But you know, he has proven that he is able to go up against, he's just able to deal with that pressure. I mean, there's no other way to put it. And when you are backed as a manager, that is when you really know that you have a chance for success. The amount of managers that Chelsea have had, and they've needed this player or that player, and they've needed a little bit of support, and they haven't had it. They've needed that trust. And ultimately, Chelsea have always said that they wanted a long-term manager, right, to push through. And I feel like Chelsea genuinely have faith in Maresca now. Like, we thought it was Potter, we thought it could be Pochettino. Maresca happens to be that guy. With support, he absolutely has everything that he needs, apart from a top goalkeeper, in order to push through in this league. Yes, our squad is young, but actually considering how young our squad is, it's also really, really experienced. And you look at the quality of those players, we're not talking about just young upcoming players. A lot of these players are almost the best players in their respective positions, even though they're only 21, 22 years old. You've got Cole Palmer, nominated for the Ballon d'Or. Reece James, when he's fit, arguably one of the best players in the world in his position. Cucurella, genuine conversation as the best left back in the world. Our midfield depth, probably the best in the Premier League if you look at it on paper. Asugo cover for Caicedo, Enzo Fernandez. We've just got so much quality in an array of positions, and now you could make 2 starting 11s that are Premier League quality. And if you go back 2 years, right, we just come off the back of almost finishing in a relegation spot. I was at Bournemouth celebrating getting 40 points under Frank Lampard, and now I'm in here having a conversation about Chelsea being in the conversations for the Premier League. So that is such a positive step. But I will say this: I don't think we'll do it, but the fact that we're even in the conversation is just great progress. And I think Champions League, if we don't get Champions League, is a disaster. And then now we just need to look at the domestic competitions, FA Cup, Carabao. We went pretty early last season. So if we can do that and just have a respectable campaign in the Champions League, then we're moving in the right direction. And then one more year, that's when we've got to really look at it and say, come on, guys, we've got to wrap this up now.
Alex, appreciate you joining us this morning. And I tell you what, the way that you were talking about that Garnacho deal, you should be a bloody sporting director,
Yeah,
shouldn't
absolutely.
he? That's pretty impressive. Strike a deal with add-ons, like you were saying. It's pretty good. Alex, thank you very much. Great to have you with us this morning.
TalkSport Breakfast, waking you up Monday to Friday morning from 6 a.m. on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Yes, this is the Transfer Insiders on TalkSport. Both of our heads started nodding straight away. Tune, just putting it out there, big tune. I'm Hugh Wisencroft, that is Flex. This is the Transfer Insiders. If you want to get involved in the conversation, 03717 223344. Going to be talking about Chelsea next. Alejandro Garnacho, generally, that news you heard. That Manchester United have had contact from Chelsea over a prospective move. Reports today, United want more than 40 million. Chelsea think they can get him for less. Let's get the details from TalkSport's transfer reporter Ben Jacobs. Good evening.
Evening, gents. How are you?
Evening, Ben.
Very well indeed. As a United fan, want to get as much money in the door as possible, but understand the situation around Garnacho is a difficult one. I'd probably rather see them just cut their losses at this stage. What do you think is going to happen with this move?
Yeah, it's pure profit, isn't it? And with Benjamin Sesko arriving, Manchester United need to focus on outgoings, especially if they're to strengthen in midfield and maybe even add a goalkeeper in some capacity. Manchester United have a clear asking price communicated to Chelsea, as we revealed earlier in the day exclusively on TalkSport. Club-to-club talks are underway and now starting to advance. £50 million is what Manchester United are looking for. That's down by about 10 or 15 million from their January price when Chelsea also inquired. Chelsea's perspective is Manchester United need a bit of a fire sale. It's late in the window. The player would prefer to leave. He's surplus to requirements anyway from Manchester United's perspective. All of these are indicators that maybe suggest the price can drop. So we'll have to wait and see whether the clubs meet halfway. But Chelsea are confident. Garnacho wants the move, and I would be surprised if Alejandro Garnacho isn't a Chelsea player before the window is out.
Is there a minimum bar, Ben, that Man United won't go below, where they just think, okay, you're taking the mick with this Chelsea, we'll risk it, and Alejandro could potentially still be at the club?
Yeah, I think probably anything under 30 million would be dismissed. Some say 30 to 35 million, which is Chelsea's starting valuation, is still too low. I suppose if you get to the point where there's a gulf, maybe they even have to discuss something more like the Jadon Sancho move, where Chelsea can try before they buy, do a loan conditional obligation with an override penalty. Whether or not Manchester United would go for that, I'm not sure.
That can't happen.
We
You
have
get
to
loan
learn.
fee, you get wage coverage, you get an obligation.
No, and then they pay 5 million and send him. No, we've got to protect
But
the
then
Jim might be
you
happy
sell
about
him
that.
for 30, 35 million, and when you
Yeah.
add that up plus the penalty, I think that's the same with Jadon Sancho, that if Sancho goes for 17 to 20 odd million, and they've got their 5 million, and they've got their wage coverage from his loan at Chelsea, then all in, you're still at 25. It's just taken you more than one window and maybe more than one season to get the full valuation. It's still better for Manchester United. They do it that way and get an overall high number with a more flexible formula than they just go so low that actually it's pure profit, but not enough to allow them to move in the market. And every million, 5 million, 10 million, I sense counts, not to offset Benjamin Sesko so much as allowing Manchester United to still maybe bring in one or two more.
I see the move from Chelsea for Garnacho as something. It's their accounting again. It's somehow them trying to balance the books. I don't think they want Alejandro Garnacho for the long term. There is no way anyone reads the reports of how his behaviour's been, sees what he does on social media and thinks that's our guy. We want to spend some money to bring him in. Now maybe they think it's a bit of a bargain. Maybe they think any other time he probably would be a £50 million player. Maybe they could move him on in a year or two and maybe double their money. They're thinking. So maybe it is again. From an accounting perspective, a really good move, but attitude-wise, knowing what I know about Enzo Maresca, I mean, I don't see how these two see eye to eye, get on a daily basis with the attitude, the kind of desire to play that Garnacho has shown, i.e. put me in the team or else, that he's going to fit in at Stamford Bridge. I don't see it.
Yeah, I think the only caveat to that is there were question marks over the application at Manchester United of Jadon Sancho, and he was very well liked, and his application was very strong at Chelsea. Different manager, different dressing room, different culture. There's always two sides to every story. It's really easy when a player of the prodigious talent of Garnacho, you think about that incredible overhead kick goal that he scored. That's the high ceiling. That's what he's capable of. That's why Manchester United are saying if Noni Madueke is 50 plus million, Alejandro Garnacho is at least 50 million.
Agreed.
So I think we might see, as we saw with Marcus Rashford as well, having a spike in form when he was on loan at Aston Villa. Let's see if that continues at Barcelona. But all I would say is the players that leave, whether rightly or wrongly, because there's two sides, will point back to this pattern of Sancho unhappy, of Rashford unhappy, of Garnacho unhappy. And ultimately, when it's more than one player, I'm sure those players, if they find their form elsewhere, would say the problem's not me, it's Manchester United. But of course, the flip side is Manchester United may say, we're watching you day on day train and you're not a fit here. So let's see whether it's a consistent pattern. But I think somebody's going to sign Garnacho, likely Chelsea, and really get the best out of him. And then remember, you've got Giovanni Quenda, who doesn't arrive for another year on the left wing. Tyreek George could depart. Jadon Sancho got returned. And in addition to that, Mykhailo Mudryk is unavailable because he's fighting to clear his name against an anti-doping violation charge. So I think Chelsea genuinely think it needs to be Gittins and Garnacho on the left. It needs to be Pedro Neto and Estêvão Willian on the right. It's Liam Delap and probably João Pedro up top. And then it's Cole Palmer and very possibly Xavi Simons and or Christopher Nkunku, should he somehow end up staying through the centre. So people say Chelsea are overstocking, but it's really just two main names in each position.
This is what happens when you break down Chelsea. It always happens, You think that there's no method to their madness. You think that I don't understand what they're doing. They're stockpiling players. How can they afford this? And then when you just take a step, I've done this. I've kind of learnt my lesson. You just take a little step back and go, hold on a minute. They've actually got a good team. And then you go, hold on a minute. Maresca's doing all right. You go, hold on a minute. They've sold a lot of players. So I'll be honest. What Chelsea are doing.
Title push this year?
Absolutely.
Think so?
Yeah. I don't think they'll win it, but I think
the conversation.
Yeah, I think Ben's right. I think way Ben just broke it down with everybody's basically saying one thing, but when you actually look at it on paper, it's just basically two decent names in every position. Whether or not I think Garnacho levels them up is a different conversation. But if you buy Jamie Gittins for 55 million quid,
Gittins and Garnacho, young players,
that fits the mould.
So yeah, but tough to go out there and win us the title.
Oh, of course,
very difficult.
Yeah, they won't win the league.
Same with Willian Estêvão. Delap's just come from Ipswich. João Pedro. First time any of these players really have the responsibility of being in the title conversation. That's why I'm kind of doubtful. But they're obviously very talented players.
Yeah.
Ben, what else have you got in terms of transfers at the moment that you're keeping a close eye on?
Yeah, there's a few things. So to reiterate, Benjamin Sesko on his way this evening to Manchester, medical formalisation in the next few days, 85 million euros total package. The add-ons in that deal at 8.5 million euros, and they're easily attainable. We have Ilya Zabanyi, who's getting very close to Paris Saint-Germain, an agreement of 63 million euros for the fixed fee. They're finalising the add-ons, and PSG are very confident. Lucas Chevalier, the young goalkeeper, has joined from Lille to the French champions. That's significant because now we have to keep an eye on Donnarumma and understand whether or not he's going to see out his contracts. He's not going to be offered a new one, or alternatively, if there's going to be a window of opportunity late in the window to get a really good deal there. I was told the other day that PSG want in excess of £30 million. He's only got 1 year left on his contract, but it's kind of like Milan and Mike Maignan, who's also got a year left on his contract. There's a high valuation. We'll see if any Premier League clubs that have been linked, even though there's not much substance at the moment, genuinely move, but I think that one's one to watch. And then with goalkeepers, Mads Hermansen, the Leicester City goalkeeper, is on his way to West Ham United for a fee in the region of £18 million. Personal terms already agreed, and West Ham, now they've got that Mohamed Kudus money in, starting to move and finally make some signings.
I've got two more to ask you about, Ben. First of all, of course, I'm going to be Man United centric because Man United fans want to know as well. Sorry, Ben's here. We have to ask him this. Carlos Baleba. We saw reports yesterday saying that Manchester United have made contact with Brighton through intermediaries to discuss what a deal could look like, although be it sounds very difficult. First of all, what's your understanding on that? And secondly, I wanted to ask you on the latest on Jack Grealish and his situation potentially, / with Everton, maybe others.
I did a Manchester United podcast earlier, and I inadvertently started the hashtag Don't Stop Believing because Manchester United fans are thinking, could this be possible?
Come on, Hugh, don't stop believing. Come on, Hugh, come on.
I want to sell some players. We sell some players.
We will.
The outgoings might fund something in midfield, but obviously what I think a lot of people don't realise, as we saw with Moises Caicedo, is Brighton are not out there quoting a price. So you'll hear a lot of numbers banded around, but I can guarantee you, even to a prospective buyer like Manchester United, Brighton are not quoting anything. Their model is to run data, have a book valuation, have a selling valuation as well. And if a suitor gets in the ballpark, they may engage, but they won't be giving any encouragement on this one. And as you say, the talks were via intermediaries. Paul Barber, the very well-respected Brighton CEO, did an interview last night at a fans forum, and he said he's had no contact yet directly with Manchester United. So let's see if it develops. It would probably be their most expensive deal of the entire window and surpass the fee that they've just put down for Benjamin Sesko, which obviously makes it difficult. Players open to the move, by the way, but I think there is a scenario, and this is Brighton's preference, to not sell now to allow him to leave in a year's time. So we'll have to understand if Man United are just doing legwork with a view to 12 months' time, or if somehow they can drive a price down that at the moment they don't even know, but as I say, will likely be a whole lot higher than the Benjamin Sesko package. And then with Jack Grealish, Everton are in talks. They only want a loan due to the cost of a deal. Could change a little bit if Jack Grealish decides to drop his wage significantly. I think it'd have to be both. Man City would have to sanction a loan, and Grealish would have to agree to adjust his wage. But what gives Everton a bit of encouragement, and West Ham, by the way, have looked in the past too. I know we've had links with sort of Tottenham and Aston Villa return and all of that, but these are clubs, other than being aware of the situation, they're not moving at this point. But what gives Everton a little bit of hope is the fact that Grealish isn't only thinking about the wage in domestic football. He knows, because he's been told directly from Thomas Tuchel, if he plays regularly, he could be in the World Cup plans. And that's probably the difference between Tuchel and Gareth Southgate. Southgate had a project. Southgate was prioritising youth. Southgate was trying to build something over many tournaments, and that, to an extent, informed his selection. You look at Tuchel and he's thinking, who can I pick today, tomorrow and at the tournament that's going to win me a World Cup? So Jordan Henderson goes to Sunderland, in the mix. Ivan Toney's in Saudi, in the mix. If Ben Chilwell leaves Chelsea and plays regularly, in the mix. And it's exactly the same for Jack Grealish. So I think Grealish probably will make a wage concession simply because he wants the move to play every week with that World Cup in mind. And it's Everton at the moment that are the most concrete option, and they're in direct club-to-club talks with Man City about the possibility of a loan.
On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Yes, welcome to The Window, brought to you by TalkSport Bet. My name is Harry Durham, right here on the TalkSport YouTube channel, where we're keeping you right up to date with every single transfer in and out of the Premier League, the done deals, the failed deals, and everything in between. I'm pleased to say that joining me now for the more analytical and stats-based route is Matt Furness of Opta. Matt, let's get straight into it then. Jack Grealish continues to be linked to Everton on loan. It's been reported that there are currently discussions going on between Everton and Manchester City. The great David Ornstein has already said it's set to be a complicated deal. We imagine that it's probably due to how much Grealish is getting paid every single week by Manchester City. If Grealish is to sign on loan with Everton, where do you see him fitting in? Is it more of that Roman number 10 role, which we loved so much when he played there for England?
To be honest, I think Everton will let him play anywhere he wants. I think it's one of those ones. I think he's a player that Everton desperately need. They need a creator in there as well. And to be honest, it's a move that Grealish needs. He needs something fresh. It's not worked for him at Man City in recent seasons. Last season was arguably his worst season of his career. Didn't get many playing minutes at all. I think he played 30% of Man City's minutes across all competitions last year. And also there was that 14-month Premier League goal drought as well, which he finally ended in April. It's a shame really, because it's kind of that first season at City he may have struggled slightly, but the second season was absolutely phenomenal and was really integral in them winning the treble that year. I think only two Premier League players across all competitions created more chances from open play than he did that year. But it just hasn't happened for him last season and arguably the season before as well. But what Everton will be getting is someone who, quite obviously, we've all seen it, is a really good creator. Is someone who can not only create chances with his great passing, but he's a fantastic dribbler as well. And one thing that Everton have actually missed over the last few years is someone who can create chances consistently from open play. Last season, their leading chance creators were Jack Harrison, Abdoulaye Doucouré, and their fourth highest was Ashley Young. All three of those have left the club. Now, Harrison's chances created from open play last season, he only totaled 27, and that was the second lowest leading creator for a team in the Premier League. Only Southampton's leading creator had fewer. So it has been a problem for Everton in recent seasons, most particularly last season. So Grealish, you think, would be able to fit anywhere in behind that striker, and obviously they've signed Tierno Barry now as well. They all need service, so it makes sense to me.
Think about how scary they could be on the counter-attack as well. Njai and also Jack Grealish as well. I mean, you bring in Kiernan Dewsbury-Hall as well into that midfield. I know his time didn't really work out at Chelsea, but David Moyes could actually be making quite a solid team up in Merseyside.
Well, absolutely. Dewsbury-Hall was brilliant at Leicester in their promotion season. Obviously went to Chelsea last year. Didn't quite work out for him, although he got a lot of minutes in their Conference League campaign, which they eventually won. And as you say, Njai is a great dribbler of the ball, great carrier as well, a goal threat. So maybe they're going to be one of those kind of like underdogs for a European place next season. You never know under David Moyes. Great manager. Knows what he wants. And if you think there's one manager that maybe can get the best out of Grealish at this stage in his career, maybe Moyes is that person.
Let's head down to London with James Maddison rupturing his ACL, Son leaving Spurs. Could Spurs potentially be the best option for Jack Grealish with them losing? I mean, Son going to LA and James Maddison being out for injury. Do they need someone like Grealish for more creativity alongside someone like Dejan Kulusevski?
Yeah, I mean, Maddison looks like he's going to be out for quite a long time with that ACL injury that was announced today. I think that Grealish, it's probably a move that would suit him quite well. Whether or not he'd get as much playing time as he'd get at Everton, I don't know. But then again, Champions League football, that's a big thing. If Grealish can play in the Champions League, get himself in that shop window for that England squad as well for the World Cup next summer. Who's to say he doesn't have a fantastic season at Spurs in the Premier League and Champions League and forces himself into Thomas Tuchel's plans? I think that Spurs definitely need another creative player there now, with Maddison probably going to miss a large chunk of the season, if not all of it. So, yeah, it could be a move that works for both parties. It depends how far down the line that Everton move is. But if there's still kind of a stumbling block there about wage, etc., and wage demands, then maybe Spurs can afford that.
Even though Everton are a massive club, do you feel like that sort of like underdog story is where sort of like Jack Grealish sort of like lies? We saw it with Aston Villa, we could be the main man, sort of like rough and ready. He was so unorthodox in the sense of his runs and cutting inside and being creative. Do you feel like Everton could actually be that perfect move for him? Because I think if all plays out, and you know, further down the line, if he was to sign for him, you know, you can just picture Everton fans just falling in love with the man, can't you?
Yeah, a bit of a maverick, and that's kind of what they want. In a new stadium as well, it's going to be kind of a great opportunity for someone to come in there and, as you say, kind of push Everton on a little bit more. One kind of similar player, I guess, that comes to mind in recent times that has maybe moved to a lower club and done really well was Ross Barkley when he went to Luton, and it worked out really well for him there, kind of reinvigorated his career, and then he got another move to Aston Villa on the back of that, and obviously played Champions League football last season. So potentially it could be the move that Grealish needs to kickstart his career.
Newcastle then, who have had the most crazy transfer window for players not being able to come into the football club, you know, targets that they've wanted, and it's not worked. You think of Benjamin Sesko, you think of Mbeumo, just to name a few. Nicholas Jackson is another player that's linked heavily with going to St James's Park. As we already know, Joao Pedro and Liam Delap have arrived at Stamford Bridge, which could open the door for Nicholas Jackson's exit. Alexander Isak remains a player at Newcastle at this time of recording, but if Jackson were to be leading the line for Newcastle next season, we've all had the eye test with Nicholas Jackson over the last few seasons in the Premier League, but analytically, can he actually improve Newcastle going forwards if Alexander Isak were to leave or stay?
It's a really difficult one to tell. Personally, I think people are a little bit harsh on Nicholas Jackson. I think that I don't know where this perception of that he's a poor Premier League striker has come from. I think the data actually shows both stories. I mean, this is a player that, yeah, the perception has been he's quite wasteful in front of goal, and he has been in the 2 years at Chelsea at times. I mean, across the top 5 European leagues since he joined Chelsea, and no one's underperformed their XG to a greater extent than Jackson. I think he's underperformed it by 7 goals. But this is a player as well, kind of like, that if your XG is that high, it means you're quite good at getting in goal scoring positions, and he still is 24, which is relatively young, I guess, as a Premier League player. So who's to say that that couldn't be improved over time? Whether or not that XG is down to the way that Chelsea play and they utilised him, we don't really know too much yet. It wasn't too dissimilar at Villarreal when he was there. But he still had like a respectable 34 goal involvements in 65 Premier League games. So this isn't some kind of dud that Newcastle was supposed to be signing. If he was potentially could even play alongside Isak if Isak doesn't go to Liverpool. And it's also kind of like he's made 100 appearances across the top 5 European leagues, Jackson. So he's not in terms of age, but also in terms of game time, he's fairly inexperienced. He scored 36 goals and he's assisted 14 more in those 100 games. Now, you compare that to Alexander Isak after 100 games. He'd scored 30 goals and assisted 5, which is fewer than what Jackson has. Now, granted, Isak was 2 years younger at the time, but this is still a player that I think people are a little bit harsh on. And I still think that could be quite a good move if Newcastle decide to go for him or Manchester United decide to go for him. He's not a terrible player. I think there's goals there.
Even with Chelsea being so toxic over the last couple of years as well, and we know playing for Newcastle is different pressures at St James's Park. The Geordies want so much, as such a big fan base. Do you feel like sort of weight maybe lifted a little bit off of his shoulders getting away from Chelsea, because it always seems like Chelsea's under a microscope a little bit?
Potentially. I think that the problem he'll have is if he's suddenly considered Isak's replacement, and let's be quite clear, I think it's quite obvious that he's not quite as good as Isak at this stage anyway. Not quite is probably a little bit of an understatement there. Isak's phenomenal. But I think that could also be an issue there if he was to join Newcastle. And if Jackson was to join Manchester United, there's another problem in that they've wanted someone who can score goals for so long, and if Sesko doesn't actually end up happening and they go for Jackson, then Jackson is suddenly put in the limelight and said, well, you need to be this man. Højlund hasn't quite cut it, so you've got to get us the goals. There's been question marks around his ill discipline. I think not in terms of just red cards. I think there was one at Newcastle last year where he the stray elbow sent off, and that stupid tackle at the Club World Cup where he got sent off for. But he's picked up a lot of stupid yellow cards for dissent, arguing. I always like the ones for excessive celebration. He gets a lot of yellows for those as well. But yeah, it's just like there's an immaturity there, I think, as well to his game, which he needs to iron out, which Newcastle, Manchester United, whoever he goes to, if he leaves Chelsea, will need to help him with.
One player that's linked to coming into Chelsea, still heavily linked, is Chavy Simons from RB Leipzig. Alejandro Garnacho is another Chelsea player they're working on bringing through the door. Simons is reportedly very keen on a move to Chelsea, and I think they're just waiting for a few more outgoings. I don't know how many more outgoings there is to happen, especially with Dewsbury-Hall leaving just in the last 48 hours as well. From what you've seen of Chavy Simons, if it's in a Netherlands shirt or if it's at RB Leipzig, how well will he adapt to the Premier League?
He's a player that is both creative and a goal scorer. 21 goals, 21 assists in all competitions for RB Leipzig over 2 seasons. The first 18 months of that, he was on loan from PSG, but he made that permanent in January. And now, 6 months later, with RB Leipzig not getting any European football now, for this season, there's a necessity to sell. But also, these players want to be playing European football. Champions League football is obviously going to be coming to Stamford Bridge next season. So Simons is a player that Chelsea have been looking at. I think that probably with an eye for him playing on the left mainly. I think Gittins is probably the only other out-and-out left-sided player that they've got at the club. There is an option, obviously, he can play centrally and he can play on the right as well, as he's done so at Leipzig. But, I mean, he's played 75% of his minutes at Leipzig on the left. But interestingly, of the 66 shots he had last season, 64 were with his right foot. So I think like cutting in, he'll be a really dangerous player off that left. But how much will that interfere with Cole Palmer's role? If he's cutting in off the left onto his right foot, will that affect Palmer? We don't know yet. But I think it's a solid signing for Chelsea. And actually, one thing I should add is that although 75% of his minutes were on the left side, RB Leipzig spent a lot of time in a kind of 3-3-3-2 formation where he was on the left. And a lot of that could actually be deemed as him playing quite centrally, but drifting out to the left. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he would fit in at Chelsea. Yet another attacking player they've signed this summer. I think we're probably only a few days away from them being linked to both of us. Maybe we'll be there soon. We'll never know.
Listen, I mean, at the weight that I am at, if I can still run around a football pitch, I mean, I don't know. Chelsea fans need to be getting reimbursed for their season tickets and just matchday tickets as a whole. Matt, thank you very much for joining the window. To keep up to date with the window, ladies and gentlemen, please remember to subscribe to the TalkSport YouTube channel just down below. We'll be bringing you all of the big stories throughout the rest of the transfer window right here.
"26 days on from becoming FIFA Club World Cup winners, Chelsea are back at the bridge for their first of just 2 pre-season friendlies. And tonight they take on perhaps the Bundesliga's biggest unknown quantity in what is a very transitional and rebuilding Bayer 04 Leverkusen. Wirtz, Tah, Xhaka, Frimpong and Xabi Alonso all gone. So begins the Erik ten Hag era. Welcome then to Stamford Bridge from me, tonight's match commentator Dan O'Hagan. Well, the teams are down there in the tunnel, set and good to go tonight. Chelsea, the newly crowned Club World Cup champions. Leverkusen, second place in last season's German Bundesliga. Well, Moises Caicedo, the captain tonight for Chelsea. Both teams, though, are strong on paper. And here come the sides. Did last season ever even end for Chelsea? But what a season that was. In May, beating Betis to win the Conference League. And then not yet 4 weeks ago, European champion Paris Saint-Germain swept clean away in New Jersey to see Chelsea crowned as champions of the world. Cole Palmer, golden ball as best player in the Club World Cup. Tonight's homecoming and first game of pre-season sees the Blues take on Erik ten Hag's Leverkusen, work in progress. So all set and good to go for this pre-season friendly. Chelsea's first game back after their rather truncated summer break. Defence an area of real concern for the Blues. An ACL to Levi Colwill this week means his season is as good as over. So Josh Ashenpong steps in tonight. Estêvão, the one debut of the starters, while fellow Brazilian Andre Santos and new number 9 Liam Delap appear for Chelsea at Stamford Bridge for the first time. No place in the squad for Nicholas Jackson nor for Christopher Nkunku, with moves for both looking increasingly likely. Leverkusen, a summer reboot with Xavi long transfer, many of his double winners moving on. Tonight, 3 new faces start. In goal, Marc Flecken, signed from Chelsea's neighbours Brentford. Joel Kranzer won the Premier League with Liverpool last season. The club who signed Florian Wirtz. His shoes filled tonight by teenager Ibrahim Maza, signed from German second-tier side Hertha Berlin. The referee in charge for this game is Stuart Atwell. It's one of only 2 games for Chelsea pre-season. They take on Milan here this coming Sunday. Tonight they face this new look, much changed Leverkusen. They've lost their team's entire spine, really. Jonathan Tah from centre-back, Granit Xhaka midfielder, and the playmaker Florian Wirtz moving on as well. So Leverkusen, it is very much a team in transition. The Chelsea, their last game in the Club World Cup, 26 days ago, the final in New Jersey. That win over PSG, where, let's be frank, they blew Paris Saint-Germain away, the European champions. And this man scored twice and had an assist as well in the final at MetLife Stadium. The golden ball as the best player in the Club World Cup. Cole Palmer, 18 goals and 15 assists across the whole of last season. Estêvão at 18 today, his Chelsea debut. Well, Josh Ashenpong in that defender's role today, with Levi Colwill's ACL in the first training session for Maresca's men earlier this week. We're good to go. Leverkusen's first game in the German Cup is 8 days from now. The new season getting very close indeed. So Leverkusen's start for them a real summer reboot. Though a familiar face with Edmond Tapsoba to clear for De Werkself. It's with Grimaldo in Capier. And see how they change the shape and style of system with the change of coach. Xabi Alonso's glorious 2.5 years, the best days the club has ever known. On Patrick Schick to number 14, he agreed this week a new long-term deal until 2030 to stay last season's 27-goal top scorer for Leverkusen. This is Trevoh Chalobah. Into Ashenpong. Just 19 on the books here since under 8. Ashenpong into Cucurella. Robbed by Andrich. Adli. Leverkusen last season second place, 13 points behind the eventual champions Bayern. And there to the feet of Ibrahim Maza. Neither comes here Andre Santos in his first game at home for Chelsea. He joined them from Vasco da Gama 2.5 years ago. Maza. Andrich. One now to Tapsoba. In goal, Marc Flecken, by the way, for Leverkusen. After 2 years with Chelsea's neighbours Brentford, except Freiburg in the German Bundesliga. Into Maresca, first season, 2 trophies, not bad. Plus as well a 4th place finish in the Premier League. Achimpong moved on now to Chalobah, away from Maza. This now is Malo Gusto, who played all 7 games of the Club World Cup in the US. Chalobah. Moved on here to the feet of Tyreek George, who scored at the Club World Cup in the win over Tunisia's Esperance in the group stage. Gusto. Achimpong into Cole Palmer, turns away from Aleix Garcia. And now to find Estêvão. Exciting prospect. Now Cole Palmer, exciting full stop. Palmer. Caicedo here for Estêvão. And Cappier intervening there for Leverkusen. Grimaldo. And Chelsea's first league game is getting close. Sunday the 17th of August when they have FA Cup winners Crystal Palace here in the Premier League. Leverkusen a week tomorrow in action in the German Cup when they take on 4th tier Sonnenhof Grossesbach. First league game comes a week later for them. Here's the home game with TSG Hoffenheim. Here's Chalobah. On to Cucurella for Chelsea. Now it's Tyreek George for Cole Palmer. Ball drilled out here to Estêvão. Fans want to see him make inroads here. Estêvão for Chelsea. Estêvão still blocks. Cucurella! That's blocked as well. Andrés with the clearance. A glimpse there of the menace of Estêvão for Chelsea. Malo Gusto. Achimpong. The loss of Levi Colwill is such a bitter blow in the season's first training session, tore an ACL on Monday. And he's out for pretty much the whole season if all goes to plan. Andre Santos. Trevoh Chalobah. Moisés Caicedo for Chelsea with the armband tonight. Malo Gusto. Achimpong. Cucurella moved in field to Moisés Caicedo for Chelsea. Achimpong's pass, Palmer for Cucurella. And goes Maza here for Leverkusen. With Montab Soba. The ball's been won here at the field by Caicedo. And there towards the lap, but the whistle's gone for the free kick, and there's a painful one here. It's Aleix Garcia who's down for Bayernulfia. And indeed the challenge on Aleix Garcia. He joined a year ago from Girona, a team which had an amazing third-place finish in La Liga in the same year that Leverkusen had their incredible undefeated domestic double under Xabi Alonso. But here Estevão's first inroads made as a Chelsea player. Took on Alex Grimaldo. 2018 Estêvão. His last goal came against Chelsea at the Club World Cup quarter-finals for his last club, Palmeiras. Amazing how that Club World Cup final was only, 26 days ago at MetLife Stadium. The summer has been for Chelsea a very brief one in terms of the downtime. Grimaldo. And now to pick out Amin Adli. Grimaldo, Maza. And the challenge of Andre Santos. Yellow card here, Robert Andrich. Inside the game's first 7 minutes, a yellow for the ever-abrasive Robert Andrich. Here's a proper tough cookie. And shows us how tough here. Just steps on the toes of Andre Santos. really a guaranteed starter under Xavi Alonso Andrich in the last couple of years. From Union Berlin midfielder. Would make 19 league starts in the last season with a couple of goals. Here's Caicedo. Achampong for Malo Gusto. Again, they try to use Estêvão here up against Grimaldo. Well, Estêvão as a young boy, he's 18 now, but as a young boy was compared to no less than Messi and Neymar growing up. He was once known as Messinho, Little Messi. Stevenage-born Nathan Teller for Leverkusen. Malo Gusto. It's Chalobah, Caicedo, and again kept alive here by George. Cucurella's run. Cucurella's cross. Delap is there. So too with Marc Flecken. Delap scored against Esperance at the Club World Cup. His first goal in Chelsea colours. Cucurella. Cucurella's ball in. And here is Cole Palmer! Off the bar! Estêvão! Makes his mark. His introduction to Stamford Bridge is a goal scorer's one. It won't be his last. We can say that, I'm pretty sure, the way he's begun this game. Lightning quick. A constant menace, and now the first goal of Chelsea's pre-season belongs to Estêvão, the Brazilian teenager. Palmer, sharp and menacing. The ball back off the face of Flecken's bar. Estêvão there to plunder. Off the mark in Chelsea colours. Friendly or not, this for him is a big moment. Get the impression the fans are going to love him here. Don't forget your first. He looks the part already. From the first whistle, he's been outstanding for Chelsea. Here's Tapsoba. Andrich. Schick's header on, looking for Teller beyond him. Oh, and Achampong man-handling Nathan Teller. They want a free kick here. Nothing given by referee Atwell. Cucurella. Chalobah there cleverly off the shins of Adley. Well, the main man so far is the young Brazilian, Estêvão. His last goal before tonight came against Chelsea at the Club World Cup for Palmeiras in the quarter-finals. And his first goal at the Bridge is the go-ahead goal tonight. Caicedo. This is Malo Gusto now for Chelsea. The support inside here from Andre Santos. Cole Palmer. Delap on the move. Delap gets there too. Flecken comes to meet him. And 12 league goals last season, a third of Ipswich Town's tally of 36 in the Premier League for the club relegated from the top flight in the last campaign in England. Palmer shot back off the bar, and there to plunder was Estêvão. Cucurella. Now to Tyreek George. George, great ball in, and there, Delap with the connection. Flecken was fully committed to it. Cross here by George, and Delap was sharp, but so too was Flecken with a block. Chelsea sharp so far. Chelsea corner. Estêvão will take that corner for the Blues. Comes a long way, and the shots from Malo Gusto punched away by the diving Flecken. He's a busy man suddenly as the game settles. Gusto's shot, and Flecken across his goal to fist away the bouncing ball. Barca comes away for Leverkusen. Now it's Nathan Teller on the move, has Adley alongside him. Here is Adley. Adley blocked. He'll try again here, the Moroccan. Nathan Teller cleverly done. Andres. Ronaldo for Aleix Garcia. Into traffic and just caught there by the challenge of Andres Santos. It's a foul on Leverkusen's Aleix Garcia. And the challenge on the ex-Girona and ex for 5 years man of, as a young man, Manchester City. Well, Leverkusen have on free kicks, the man there with the ball in his hands, a player who can strike from distance with accuracy and with real venom. Got 2 direct free kick goals in the last campaign against Salzburg and against Mainz, as well as goals the previous year against Bayern and Mainz again from free kicks. Grimaldo can pack a punch in these situations. I'm sure Jürgensen's done his homework, but Grimaldo will fancy this. Dead centre, just beyond the first half's midpoint. Leverkusen's go-to guy is Grimaldo! And Jürgensen behind it to hang on for Chelsea. And the long throw there cut out well. The backtracking Aleix Garcia. Chelsea lead through that goal by Estêvão. Machimpong. Oh, it's Trevoh Chalobah into Moises Caicedo. Dropped in here for Delap to chase. Across comes Quansah covering for Leverkusen, former Liverpool player. And there's the rather heavy number 4 shirt, the shirt left by Jonathan Tah, who for 10 years was a Leverkusen defensive bulwark. Now it goes to Chalobah. Moved on now to Malo Gusto for Chelsea, leading Amin Adley's attentions. Little space found here by Estêvão. Caicedo. Now Palmer to pull the strings. Malo Gusto. Malo Gusto, Palmer takes it. And was caught late there by Quansah. A card, the Jumpers just ball over here. Jorrel Quansah and Cole Palmer come together. The first half's 3rd yellow card already. Quansah, Andres, the players booked for Leverkusen. Chalobah caution too for Chelsea, so already in the first half of this friendly 3 yellow cards shown by Stuart Atwell. The latest one for this by Quansah. And here the flashpoint. So Quansah, the 2nd Verkself yellow card of this first half. Chelsea free kick in a good area. And Palmer in the Club World Cup final, the player of the match, a brace of goals, assisting the 3rd goal as well in that final for João Pedro. Andres Santos and Estêvão, the players on this free kick for Chelsea. Not from there, surely. It's left here for Estêvão and clipped in towards Chalobah. And through near the Flecken. Aleix Garcia. Very watchable game so far, this at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea play Milan here this coming Sunday to conclude their rather brief pre-season. Maza. Now in Capier. Estêvão comes to Grimaldo for Leverkusen here. Estêvão there to just pick up the pieces as he does so well for Chelsea. Correa, but Teller is alert to it. Correa's challenge, nothing given here. Now Tyreek George has lost out to Edmond Tapsoba. Nathan Teller breaks here for Maza. Chalobah standing firm for Chelsea. Andrich, but a foul given this time against the final fear. Malo Gusto has stayed down meanwhile for Chelsea. Maybe winded there by that clearance from Nkapie. So Chelsea lead, a goal by Estêvão, the difference. Making his mark in his first game in Chelsea colours. Game a good open watch though. It's a game played at a fairly intense tempo so far, which isn't always the case in pre-season. Champong here for Gusto. Pressured by Amin Adli. Gusto for Estêvão here. Trevoh Chalobah. Palmer finds space, as he always seems to do. Good ball too to again release Estêvão here for Chelsea. It's Estêvão. Estêvão blocked. Now Tyreek George on the scene. George. And a corner one. And some thrilling stuff from Chelsea so far in this first half. And this man involved in most of it, Estêvão. The corner here, which will be this man's doing. Estêvão short for Cole Palmer. Moises Caicedo. Malo Gusto fancy shoot, thinks better of it. Cole Palmer scheming here, away from Adli. Moved on to Gusto. Clipped in for Palmer. Adli's clearance, further cleared by Maza for Leverkusen. Andre Santos. Had his first 4 games for the club at the Club World Cup. Made one start. Here's Cucurella. Tyreek George. George. Caicedo. Moved on to Achampong. Andre Santos. Chelsea come again. Half an hour gone at the bridge. It's George. Deflected cross. Flecken gets back to hang on to it. And Flecken was last year the Premier League's most busy goalkeeper. 30 saves more than any other goalkeeper across the Premier League season with Brentford. Here's Quansah. And Capier. Now Schick has been a very lonely figure so far, the Leverkusen central striker. I think preferred to Victor Boniface, who's not featured in pre-season much at all so far, the Nigerian. On the bench again tonight for Erik ten Hag. This is Moises Caicedo for Cole Palmer. George. Gusto. Very slick so far from Chelsea, despite their first session of the summer being only on Monday at Cobham. Meanwhile, it's Cole Palmer on the move again. It's Cole Palmer, moved on here. Wide they go to Estêvão once more. Estêvão, Cole Palmer on the scene. Palmer in towards Andre Santos, tries again here. With the left there with his shoulder almost down to Estêvão. Block on the shot there by Alex Garcia. between the Club World Cup and their first training session, a mere 22 days for Chelsea. And those on the bench, Pedro Neto. But no Nkunku and no Nicholas Jackson. Their exits appear to be getting closer and closer to Chelsea. To where, we're not sure. Achimpong. Trevoh Chalobah. Very quiet first half so far for goalkeeper Philip Johnsen. As I say, he was the cup goalkeeper last season. Robert Sanchez preferred to the playing for the Premier League matches. Andre Santos, there's Malo Gusto. Ball turns over here now for Hincapié for Leverkusen. I felt given rather delayed reaction there from the referee when there sort of maybe no advantage to playing on for Leverkusen. Rather shot shy so far, Dewsbury-Hall. They've won their last 3 friendlies. Wins over German second tier Bochum, Dutch club Fortuna Sittard, and that win over the Italians, the second division runners up in Italy, Pisa, at the Bayern on Tuesday night for Erik ten Hag. So 3 wins in 4 so far as the Leverkusen head coach in pre-season. Leverkusen free kick. The game they trail. Luis Garcia, the player who stands over the set play for Dewsbury-Hall. Andrich on a yellow card, has to calm down here. He's certainly a player who does live life on the edge, on the football pitch. Who never ever lets Leverkusen down, Robert Andrich. Free kick for Dewsbury-Hall. And goes that free kick, and that's too near to Johnsen. It's Cole Palmer. Now George. Estêvão now on the left-hand side for Chelsea. Achimpong. Palmer. Malo Gusto. Achimpong for Palmer. Moises Caicedo. 10 to half-time at Stamford Bridge. For Chelsea, a very impressive first half so far. I wouldn't say a first half worthy of world champions. Johnsen long here towards Tyreek George. Nathan Tella with a clearance which is rather shinned here. 10 years in Arsenal's books. He's a boyhood Arsenal fan, Nathan Tella. And his second cap for Nigeria in the summer. Gusto. Estêvão. Andre Santos. Achimpong for Trevoh Chalobah. Invading Maza here, good work by Chalobah, and given away, but in doing so is being fouled by Ibrahim Maza. Caicedo. Champong for Gusto. Jensen's goal's been kept well protected so far by Chelsea. Despite that injury to Levi Colwill this week. Let's see if they do make a move and have to bring in another defender. All the windows open. A key figure too in last season's success is Levi Colwill. Here's Palmer. Trevoh Chalobah. Moises Caicedo. Blocked by Alex Garcia. Now Adley looks to drive on for Leverkusen. Schick. Now Mazza helping the ball on now to Nathan Tella. It's Tella still. Ball turns over here, but one back by Andrich for Leverkusen. And then Caicedo with a challenge, a foul challenge too here to give in Grimaldo range. A free kick to Bayern 04. He's had one sighter in this first half, the Spaniard. And this one, thanks to this foul by Caicedo on Andrich, is a touch nearer to goal to maybe trouble Jørgensen rather more. Leverkusen's second best for much of this first half, behind to Estêvão's goal. So this area, this range, is right up the street of Alex Grimaldo. A player whose career is littered with goals from direct free kicks in areas such as this. For Benfica and for Leverkusen in the last couple of years. In these positions, beware this man. The focus total, friendly or not. Grimaldo! And Jørgensen down to make a rather unorthodox but effective save in Chelsea's goal. Ball's going to creep in from Grimaldo. Into the cross to flick it away. Grimaldo's corner for Bayern 04. Grimaldo's corner and helped on. Now Estêvão's breakaway is on here for Chelsea. And Capier for tenacious and illegal company. Estêvão left on the turf by the ever aggressive Ecuadorian. Who faced Estêvão on Estêvão's Brazil debut back in September's World Cup qualifier. Five to half time, and this man's goal, the difference still. With goalkeeper Jørgensen for Chelsea. Caicedo. Andre Santos. Cucurella. Escaping both Mazza and Edmond Tabsoba. Cucurella. Champong has been steady so far alongside the more seasoned Trevoh Chalobah in that new look Chelsea back four. Do have Tossing on the bench as a fit senior centre back. Andre Santos. Now Moises Caicedo again for Chelsea for Cole Palmer. Estêvão. Malo Gusto. Champong for Chalobah. Mazza's press was an aggressive one for Leverkusen. question Chelsea, the best team they've faced in pre-season so far of the 5 friendlies Leverkusen will play this summer. Nelson's clearance. One's here now for Kwanzaa, but forced to George instead. Now George is passed, and Estêvão, they say on you go again. It's Estêvão! And Flecken save. Drop here to Andre Santos again for Chelsea. Malo Gusto. In the first half, where this young man has been a constant menace. Jet-heeled, slippery, exciting and dangerous. Estêvão, here he is again. Moises Caicedo. Ball dropped in towards Cucurella. Flecken's come to meet it. Jorrel Kwanzaa. In the middle, it is the tar role of that defensive 3 for Leverkusen. Tripped away by Flecken. It's going to break to Ibrahim Maza for Leverkusen, and just holds off Tyreek George, who then tugs back at him. Estêvão fed here by George. Fed onside in there by Aleix Garcia. And the block on the shot was by Marc Flecken. And Capier for Grimaldo. Kwanzaa. Given away. Will they just run on here for Leverkusen? Grimaldo's pass to feed Nathan Tella. Aleix Garcia. Tapsoba steps inside of Tyreek George. Ronaldo's big switch of play here towards Amin Adli, just overhits the pass though for him. For Maresca, it has been an encouraging first half so far, and no doubt the man of the half has been the Brazilian Estêvão. For Ten Hag and Leverkusen, their best moments from dead balls really, from Grimaldo, a couple of free kicks he's had which have at least forced saves from goalkeeper Jonsson. It's been chicken open play at all really for the Werkself. Here's Palmer. Palmer for Chelsea, right on half-time here, finds Tyreek George. Back to Palmer again. George versus Tella. And clipped in here for Cucurella. Well, half-time, and the Estêvão show so far, his first game in Chelsea colours. And Flecken beaten by Estevão's first goal in Chelsea blue as well. The Brazilian teenager with a first half to showcase and to savour so far as a Chelsea blue. He's the difference maker in this friendly so far for the new world champions Chelsea. And given Ten Hag's Leverkusen, what a sniff so far at the bridge. Estêvão, the young man, the main man so far for the Blues. Half-time score here in London at half-time. It's Chelsea 1 by Leverkusen 0. Chelsea's first corner of the second half. And it goes a high one. It goes Quansah by Andre Santos. Taps Sober further clear for Leverkusen. Estêvão's goal, the difference so far. Here is Esugo. He's come in from Sporting in Portugal, was loaned out to Las Palmas in the relegation from La Liga last season. He'll sit in there as a deep midfield player, Esugo. Scored 3 times in La Liga last season. Andre Santos now to Pedro Neto for Chelsea. Pedro Neto's crossed. Tapsoba clear. Schick. Grimaldo. Leverkusen boxed in here. It's up again to Schick, who had such a passive and anonymous first half. And with 21 goals in last season's Bundesliga, no competitions, 27. Tossing on for the second half in that Chelsea defensive line. In Capier. Adley off the ball. Grimaldo's gone down and stayed down for Leverkusen. In their double year was almost unplayable, Grimaldo. In that title win, he scored 10. As left wing back, assisted 13. Last season, just 2 goals scored, 8 assists in the Bundesliga, so his numbers way down. Almost found out at times last season, Grimaldo for Leverkusen. Kyrie George for Chelsea. Away from Mazza. Achampong now for Malo Gusto. Neto. Tosi. Gusto for Chelsea. Only 1-0, but did have in the first half, Chelsea, a real sense of control about the play. Adley into Robert Andrich. Gusto's header clear. Drops to Neto here now for Chelsea to drive on and get into Leverkusen territory. In the centre, Delap is waiting here. Neto still. Adley for company, goes back now. Here to Malo Gusto. Estevão's turn. Away by Mensah. Jerry Mensah, a young winger who's only 17, the number 39 who's come on, a player who's really made his mark in Leverkusen's pre-season so far. His elder brother Naba is on the books of the Bayerina as well. This is Jorrel Quansah. Of Quansah in Milton pass number 4 and the injured Malik Tillman in for Wirtz's former number 10 shirt. Those 2 numbers are going to be really heavy on their shoulders given the legacy of the players they've replaced this summer, Quansah and Tillman. Andrich. Taps Sober. Andrich again for Leverkusen. On to Jerry Mensah here. To make his Leverkusen debut in a competitive match. Adley holds off Andre Santos. Grimaldo here. Schick miscontrols it. Moves on to Estêvão. Malo Gusto. Neto to tease, torment and take on Grimaldo. On here to Delap. Sets up the chance here. It's blocked. Up goes Delap again for Chelsea. Not clear yet. Neto on the scene. Neto for Gusto. Leverkusen dug in deep here. Malo Gusto. Back to Tosin. Acheampong. The dangerous Tyreek George for Chelsea wins a corner. They look to build on their one-goal first half advantage. The block by Tapsoba. Maybe a hint of a handball, one or two fell. The Chelsea's corner. Go across here to take it. Estêvão. Now here to Esugo. Malo Gusto dropped in here for Estêvão. Off the ball, Estêvão, perpetual motion. You can see here that clever run, spotted well, and the shot wide of Flecken's goal, but again Estêvão is menace with a capital M. An open play, still no Leverkusen chance. Maza. Given away to Hato. Estêvão. And the foul given against Maza here. And Chelsea very solid so far. With the Palmer and Cucurella and Chalobah among those taken off at half-time. Milan to come here on Sunday, by the way, their last of their two friendlies. Grimaldo into Schick. In Capier. One here, it's come into the feet of Andre Santos. Tosin. Gusto. Estêvão for Chelsea. Wide now to Tyreek George. That's Hato with him. It's Tyreek George who got way beneath it. And skies it. He scored 3 goals in the first team last season. Tyreek George made in his breakout year really 27 first team appearances across the various competitions. Goals against Legia, Fulham and Esperance. In a year where he really made his mark as a first team player here. Only 19. Tyreek George on the books since he was 8. Flecken for Robert Andrich. And Capier. With Tapsoba. And Schick, such a lonely figure, now having Tosin for company to deny him any touches of the ball. On the bench is Victor Boniface. There's a couple of young strikers, the Argentine Alejo Sarko. Also the young Cameroon striker Christian Pofan, who got his first goal against Pisa. Here is Ibrahim Maza, and there is Schick. That is Leverkusen's first chance. An open play comes in the game's 56th minute, and Schick denied there by Acheampong. Rather stumble. Chelsea then got enough bodies and blocks in. It was Tosin after Acheampong's initial stumble. Steps on the ball here to open the door up to initially Ibrahim Maza. And Tosin across to block the effort from Schick, who at last gets a shot towards goal in this game at Stamford Bridge. Leverkusen corner. And by Grimaldo. Here comes Gusto here. There's a Leverkusen body down in the box. Play goes on for now here with Estêvão. Ahead Neto chasing it. Right by Flecken. Jorrel Hato. Andrich is back on his feet. That's Schick chance will just give Leverkusen hope they can make things happen. There's Jerry Mensah. Badly brought down for the Leverkusen free kick. Now by Sugo. Now Andrich to drive on for Leverkusen. Ethan Teller on the scene here. Great defensive cover. Away come Chelsea. Estêvão through his gearbox. Oh, the switch of play to Pedro Neto here. Expansive by Chelsea. Ominous for Leverkusen. Neto still. And a block by Grimaldo. And here Teller up against Jorrel Hato. To say the Ajax captain at 17, the club's youngest ever skipper in the Netherlands. So Neto's corner here for Chelsea. There's one or two Leverkusen signs of life in this second half. Neto on the corner for the world champions Chelsea. In by Neto. And Capier clear. Falls to Estêvão. It's a block of Schick. And Flecken's quick release now gets Teller chasing it. Has Adley with him. Adley on the move here, but too near to the goalkeeper. It's scooped up by Chelsea's Jönsson. Hato. George. For a team only 5 days into pre-season, a very solid look about Chelsea. Okay, they had only 3 weeks off, but nonetheless, after their short vacations, looking very at home on the ball in this game so far, Chelsea. Forward by Sugo for the chase of Delap. Flecken with a risky one. Tap Stobo for Leverkusen. Ball turns over here, Delap's pass. Andrich intervening for Leverkusen here, gets Maza on the ball. Achampong is there. Well, two more changes by Ten Hag. We're going to see the young Frenchman coming on here, number 16, Axel Tap. And also that young Cameroon striker, Christian Coffin. He's come in from the Spanish second tier after a magnificent half season with Albacete last season. 8 goals in 20, having come into their youth team initially from his native Cameroon. So Maza is off. Also in Capier, so it'll be maybe a change of formation here. Maybe a case of going to a back four for Ten Hag and Leverkusen. So Tap and Coffin, the players coming on. Coffin scored his first goal for the club in Tuesday's win over Pisa at the Bay Arena. So Tap has come in from PSG, where he made his debut in the French Cup and did start twice in Liga at the end of last season. Axel Tap. Now is Grimaldo. Quansah. Well, Tap is essentially a centre-back, but he's elegant, he's on the ball very, very lithe, and he's a great watch already. He's only 17. And here now to Grimaldo for Leverkusen. And the ball blocked away with a debut imminent here for Jamie Gittens, who's coming after his 5 years in the German game with Borussia Dortmund. He's cost Chelsea over £50 million. This is Coffin. Tap. Coffin, flag stays down for now. And through those clearance, they claim a handball against the Portuguese in there. Nothing given. That's George. To Jönsson. Neto for Chelsea. Acheampong. Trying to see where Tapper's gone to. I think he's playing as the centre-back alongside Tapsoba. They are staying with a back three. Here is Neto now to drive on for Chelsea. Neto's ball in, Flecken down to cling on to it. Neto's certainly looking very sharp since he has come on at half-time for Chelsea. It's Kofan. Teller. Up Tap. Soba into Kwanzaa. Mensah for Kwanzaa. Kwanzaa's pass, the chase on here for Patrick Schick, and shadowed by Acheampong. He's had a good night so far in that defensive line, Josh Acheampong, only 19. So Chelsea will bring on 3 here. We're going to see Reece James coming on. We're going to see João Pedro, and into another, along with João Pedro, summer signing, a debut here for Jamie Gittins. So departs for João Pedro, I imagine. Brighton man who scored at the Club World Cup for his new club in the summer. He gets a roar, but the biggest one here will be, I imagine, for Jamie Gittins coming on. It is Tyreek George who makes way for the new winger from Dortmund. So Jamie Gittins coming on. He's here as a really young boy in the youth academy before moving on to Reading and then to City before his 5-year stay with Dortmund. So on here with the armband, the club captain Reece James on for Chelsea as well. Gittins scored by the way in January for Dortmund versus Leverkusen in the game in the Bundesliga. There's João Pedro here for Pedro Neto. Esugo. Acheampong. Reece James. His captain lifted 2 trophies in the closing weeks of the season. Conference League against Betis and then against PSG when they, only 26 days ago, became new FIFA World Champions. Hato. Gittins on the ball for Chelsea. What have you got here in your first game for the club? Jamie Gittins on for Estêvão. Great move. And 2 newcomers involved here for Chelsea. Gittins' first touch since coming on as the sub. He makes the chance for Estêvão. And the shot wide of the Leverkusen goal. Gittins really tailed off towards the end of the last German season. Before Christmas was unplayable at times for Dortmund. Scored a superb goal in the draw with Bayern for Dortmund in late November in Der Klassiker. This is Grimaldo. For Jorrel Kwanzaa. Tapsoba. Robert Andrich. Grimaldo with Reece James for company. He's fouled his man here, James. In the midpoint of the second half at the bridge. Still Estevão's goal, the one which splits the 2 clubs tonight. Kwanzaa. Mensah. To Adley. Soba. One here towards The chasing figure of Nathan Tella, but the whistle's gone for the free kick here for Chelsea. Only 19, the Cameroon striker here for Leverkusen, Christian Coffin. As I say, he had a sensational start to his senior career with Albacete in the Spanish second tier last season. Got a goal on his debut 2 minutes into it in January. 18-20 in La Liga 2 before moving on to Leverkusen. Pedro Neto. Estêvão on now to Hato. Now they feed Jamie Gittens for Chelsea. Gittens step overs. It's Jamie Gittens. Here they come again. Back to Esugo. Gittens. Esugo. On to Reece James here now for Chelsea. Neto to take on Grimaldo. Pedro Neto's pacey cross was in the end too pacey and too high for Chelsea. Good wing play this, but the cross too high for that phalanx of blue shirts at the far post. The Gittens step overs which had the fans on their feet. Gittens' career really came alive in Germany. That 5-year stay with Borussia Dortmund, moved there in the pandemic year 2020. But he and Estêvão, that combination, having seen Gittens just come on, within seconds almost conjured a terrific second goal for Chelsea tonight. Here's João Pedro. Here is Schick. Schick. And Chelsea look to build here with João Pedro through the legs of Mensah. Just caught him there, the teenager, Jerry Mensah. He's a kid, and there's no name on his shirt, Mensah. Good work out for both teams so far. Here's Gittens in, but with the arms of Flecken. Mensah. It's Tella. Incapié. Incapié for Alex Grimaldo. Space now for Andrich to work in for Leverkusen. Andrich still. Montab Soba. Grimaldo's pass. This is Coffin. Play of the game, 20 minutes at Stamford Bridge. Andrich, Adley for Leverkusen. Grimaldo's pass. Kwanzaa. Soba, off the ball, a tumble here and a foul. No, offside the decision against Nathan Tella. Did look tight. It was offside though by, in the end, maybe a metre. Well, Victor Boniface imminent. Behind Schick these days in the strikers' pecking order. Schick, who makes way for the Nigerian. He's really suffered injuries in his 2 seasons with Leverkusen. Picked up on international duty with the Super Eagles. So Schick off after a fairly toothless night. Now Boniface, a player who can make things happen from nothing. Gets shots away from impossible situations and he's a real menace, a real handful. There alongside now Coffin, the rookie. Wilson now for Reece James. Poked away by Tosin. Achimpong into Estêvão. Hato for Chelsea. Now toss into Reece James to drive on for the Blues. Involves Neto here. Pedro Neto into João Pedro. It's helped on now to again João Pedro. Back to Reece James, 18 to play of the 90 at the bridge. Neto into Esugo. Achimpong to Jamie Gittens. Will take on Teller with Grealish. Gittens, Esugo, moved on now to Reece James. Neto versus Ronaldo. Neto. Reece James a deep cross, too deep in the end for Chelsea. Away by Teller. Estevão's goal still the difference. He ran here on Sunday in Chelsea's last game of the pre-season. These to Leverkusen's last friendly workout. Andre Santos. Grimaldo. Pansa. It's a risky one. Andrich. It's come to Jerry Mensah for Leverkusen. Axel Tap. The chase for Leverkusen ran away from Grimaldo. Well, Cole Palmer getting a second half breather after a very impressive first half showing. Chelsea's first friendly has been one where they've hit the ground running so far. Well worth their 1-goal lead. Neto. Neto again will look to torment Grimaldo here. There's options, not that one. Given away initially to Mensah. Again now Jerry Mensah for Leverkusen for Amin Adli. Can they feed Boniface or Kofan? Now 2 strikers on the field for De Vrkzijl for the game's last 15 minutes. Adli's run and towards Boniface. Estêvão. I'm sure the fans will go home tonight with Estevão's name on their lips. There is Dario Esugo for Chelsea. Reece James. Neto. Tosin. Achimpong's had a good night. Here's Esugo. Estêvão lost the ball, but in doing so was being fouled by Andrich. He doesn't quite believe the decision there by Stuart Atwell. Let's go through the man, doesn't he, there, and just caught the heels of Estêvão before he got the ball. So 3 changes here for Chelsea, 3 more, and coming on we're going to see the kids. Going to see Samuel Raksaki and also Genesis Antwi, as well as Aaron Anselmino. Here's an Argentine centre-back who did make his debut at the Club World Cup. After loan with Boca Juniors, his formative club in Argentina. So Sam Raksaki into midfield and defender Antwi on as well. So Estêvão takes his leave after 75 minutes, where he has already got on the side of the Chelsea fans. He will be one to watch in the coming season. The goal tonight, and so much more than that. Estêvão, as a Chelsea player, has hit the ground running at some pace. It's Antwi. It's Raksaki. Chelsea 1, Leverkusen 0. Estêvão's goal still the difference. Here is Tosin pressured by Kofan for Leverkusen. Esugo. Hato. This now is the Argentine Anselmino. Tosin. James. And now to Antwi. Before this season, has played just twice in the first team, both in the Conference League in the season just gone. Genesis Antwi. He's a Stockholm-born, though English raised. Fullback. Caps for Sweden's youth teams. Esugo. And there to the feet of João Pedro for Chelsea. Tosin. James. Into Pedro Neto's feet here. João Pedro. Pedro Neto. On to Antwi now for Chelsea. Neto. 12 to play at the bridge. Back to Tosin. This now is Anselmino. Antwi. Away comes Grimaldo for Leverkusen here. Given away though initially to João Pedro. Here's Esugo. João Pedro for Chelsea. Goes alone! And Flecken down to David. On target. And held by Marc Flecken. Here comes Jorrel Hato for Leverkusen. Alex Tapp. Grimaldo. Only face miscontrol the ball. Esugo coming away here now for Chelsea. Esugo for Neto's run. It's Neto still. Opens up for the shots and Flecken down. The Lakers stop having almost a change of direction there in mid-air, the goalkeeper. Chase on here for Kofan, but held by Johansson. Reece James coming away for Chelsea. The player down here, so a break in play. Marc Flecken's excelled so far tonight. Certainly Lucas Radetzky, the outgoing club captain, leaves a big hole to fill in Leverkusen's goal, but some good saves tonight. This one from Neto, the most recent of them. Radetzky is very close to a move to Monaco in France. The title-winning season's captain. With their Estêvão in the background, and with a Chelsea debut to be very, very happy with. This the goal. Palmer off the bar. Estêvão, right place, right time to make it 1-0. The only goal so far tonight. Maybe the match winner in his first game in blue. Some more changes. Ronaldo off for Leverkusen. Maybe a precaution here. Getting on, wearing number 45 is Ben Halvighorst, a centre-back ostensibly. And also another defender here, a youngster in Ferdinand Pohl. Did start the rather infamous loss to Flamengo's youth team back, which began pre-season. 5-1 loss in Rio. So Teller is off. Pohl is on along with Halvighorst. That's double change. Two young defenders on here for the Werkself. Halvighorst did make the first team bench on occasions last season under Xavi Alonso. Didn't play a first team game under the previous coach. Issue here, referee just calms things down on the bench. Stuart Atwell. Now James restarting into Dario Isugo for Chelsea. Anselmino for Tosin. Raksaki. Harvig Horst throws in for Leverkusen. Both teams now with lots of kids on the field. It's a very unfamiliar two teams on the pitch at the moment. Here there comes Isugo into the feet of Gittens. Anselmino for Tosin. Reece James for Chelsea, one of the more seasoned players of the players out there currently. This is Sam Raksaki. So Crystal Palace here, a week on Sunday, first league game of the campaign for Maresca's Chelsea. Take on the FA Cup holders, of course, in that game, Palace. Leverkusen's first game a week tomorrow, the German Cup, the DFB Pokal first round tie. They go away to fourth tier Sonnenhof Grossesbach. First league game a week later, and they're at home to Hoffenheim. James. And can Leverkusen find a goal to level this friendly, or will they fall to their first loss in 4? Here's Antwi. Away from Kofan. On the move now, João Pedro for Chelsea, as ahead of him Pedro Neto and also Raksaki. The switch of play here to Gittens now to try to drive on, open things up again for the Blues. Gittens for Dario Isugo. Tosin. Reece James. João Pedro's pass. Away by Kwanzaa for Leverkusen. Anselmino. He played 18 league games for Boca Juniors in Argentina. And Gittens was too tight to the touchline. Mensah. Axel Tapp. Jorrel Kwanzaa with Antwi close by. There's Tapp again for Leverkusen. Does well, the young French defender. Looks to drive on as well here, Axel Tapp. It's a tremendous run. You can see why he was in Paris Saint-Germain's first team at the end of last season in Liga. Seen back to goalkeeper Jonsson. And Robert Sanchez will keep goal for the game with Milan here on Sunday. Isugo. João Pedro. Ball out there towards Gittens here, who looked to go at the young defender Paul Gittens, and Hato shots. It will take time, of course, for Chelsea's new players to really gel and settle in. Gittens has looked lively. Hato's had a good game as well here. Estêvão has been the starter and the man of the game so far for Chelsea. As Amin Adli is the latest player to get a breather. Be coming on the young Argentine striker here, Alejo Sarco, joined in the winter from Vélez Sarsfield. He was in effect sacked by them for his refusal to sign a contract. They felt he was rather disrespectful in choosing to leave on a free transfer, so sacked him anyway. And also they brought on the young American as well, Montrell Culbreth has come in as well. He's played in pre-season too, the young German-American winger. Here's Boniface, who's gone for goal from prodigious distance. He'll shoot at any given opportunity, Victor Boniface. Such a shame his 2 years have been hit by injuries at Leverkusen. When he's fit and firing, he's an absolute joy to watch. Proper all-action player, the Nigerian. Made his name in European football with the Bodo Glimt in Norway before the move to Belgium. Union Saint-Gilloise. Should run through to goalkeeper Flecken here for Leverkusen. He's over Bochum, Fortuna Sittard and Pisa so far, but not tonight so far in their last friendly. But there, Jönsson, not the best clearance away by Chelsea's goalkeeper. James, though, there was very cool and get the ball back to him. It's Ugo to Philip Jönsson. Well, foul by Neto here. And Edmond Tapsoba gives Leverkusen a free kick inside the Chelsea half. There, just steps on the toes of the Burkina Faso international Edmond Tapsoba. A foul by Neto. So a dead ball here. And a chance with 2 to play for maybe Leverkusen to use a dead ball to level the game up. Only Bayern scored more goals than their 72 in last season's Bundesliga. Leverkusen chased the game late on. In towards Kwanzaa, and 2 to Jönsson. Good service, but just a fraction too near to the goalkeeper's area of influence. Neto chasing here for Chelsea. Reaching as well. Pedro Neto. Sam Raksaki. Reece James. João Pedro. This is Paul Leverkusen. No way for him beyond João Pedro. A minute to go then. Still the goal by Estêvão, the difference in the first half. This is Tapsoba for Leverkusen to Robert Andrich. Jorrel Kwanzaa. Korfan chasing here with Tosin. Sugo, Raksaki, round the corner here to João Pedro. Raksaki again for Chelsea. On to Antwi here. It's Genesis Antwi for Chelsea, driving on here, away from Harvig Horst. Pulls it back, João Pedro! That'll do nicely. In the last minute, the full stop to complete the sentence and seal the win for the Blues in their first pre-season friendly. Another summer signing scores his first goal at the bridge for Chelsea. First half Estêvão, second half João Pedro. And Chelsea late on have sealed the deal at 2-0. The Brazilian Chelsea double at the bridge. And here João Pedro took this with a clinical eye and a lethal boot. Chelsea 2-0 in the last minute, and that is the game won for the Blues in their first game of pre-season. He got the first. For his team. And he got the second, the clincher. Well, full time, and Chelsea get the job done. In the end, against a fairly shot-shy